top 22 in putting. That all adds up to finding yourself in third to last group on a championship Sunday for the PGA Championship.
Ludvig Aberg talked about the challenge, the test of this golf course, and he said, I like this type of golf. And he expanded on that point to say that it requires discipline and patience. And I don't think you'll find two players that exemplify those traits, even though, as Steve alluded to, they have different gifts in terms of how they strike the golf ball. There's far more power in Ludvig Aberg's game than Aaron Rai's game. But both of these players don't take a lot of risk when it comes to how they play golf. It'll be interesting today to see how this round develops. Do they force the issue in a couple of places? How do they attack when they have the opportunity to attack? Because Ludvig's right. For the first 3 days, discipline and patience ruled this golf tournament. If you want to get the Wanamaker Trophy in your possession at the end of the day, can you be disciplined and patient for 18 holes?
You can, and you've got to take those opportunities when they arise. You know, there will be a moment today for these two guys as well as the other guys in contention today where you have to take somewhat of a risk if you're going to hoist that Wanamaker Trophy at the end of the day. And these first 4 holes are crucial. They're all very, very gettable pin locations. They've been some of the easiest holes that on the golf course this week, and they have to cherry pick their moments.
Not too many people have hit more fairways than Aaron Rai has this week. That's why he's tied for third in par 4 scoring coming into this final round, and he has split another one right here. 112 yards, slightly up the hill. Hole is only located 3 paces above this slope that bisects the middle part of this green, so distance control is paramount.
Downwind second shot here at the opening hole makes it extremely difficult to get this close. You don't want to mess with that tier short of this pin location.
How about that start from Aaron Rai? Absolute dart here at the first to announce that he means business.
Look at this ball just barely above his feet here, turning a wedge in. And we talked about the pinpoint accuracy needed here at the first. And that one is a beauty.
Well, I can see half the ball here, Steve.
Yeah, this lie is beautiful here from just 96 yards. He can let this run up the hill maybe. You know, it's flying all the way to the top. I knew that wasn't going to spin. That's going to be a very slick putt from about 40 feet now.
Yeah, it's one of those situations when you're out of the rough, even with a good lie like Ludvig had there, the decision is to be made. Do I try and get a little cute with this, run it up, take that slope, have the opportunity for it to come all the way down and off the green, and it will in fact roll some 10-15 paces off the green here, or do you just take your medicine, play it a little long? And I think that was a good smart choice.
Aberg, 2-time PGA Tour winner, 2-time Ryder Cup team member for Team Europe, and was on the verge of winning his biggest tournament yet earlier this season at the Players Championship. You see that second place finish. That was Aberg's very first major start at the Masters back in 2024. Had a 3-shot lead at the Players Championship, and then, I mean, there's no other way to sugarcoat it. It completely blew up on the back nine on Sunday. And now doesn't have the same level of expectations, not the leader of this golf tournament, but it will be fascinating to see if he's in the mix or maybe even gets a hold of the lead. How does that discipline and patience that he talked about, what do you learn from some of those struggles on the back nine of big tournaments in your career?
Well, sometimes you learn the most from those, let's call them failures, if you will, and you have to experience those in order to grow and develop and continue to become a better and better player. And you know, he'll learn from those mistakes. He'll grow. He'll be able to use those in moments like he's going to have today. Not only is he battling the field that are all trying to win this championship, but he's battling himself. He's battling his emotions, his feelings. You know, we talked about it last night, and you sort of said, what is it like on Championship Sunday out there? And it was almost a mental blank. You know, it's like you get to a point where everything just happens so quickly. You've got to be able to slow things down, make clear, concise decisions and choices. And, you know, our man on the ground there, Steve Scott, sort of alluded to it there with Aaron Rai. He is the definition of deliberate.
Speaking of things happening quickly, this putt.
Yes, you're very, very correct in that, Will. He's going to play this some 6 to 7 feet, maybe more, outside the left, and just kind of get it to the fall line, let gravity do the rest. This is a touchy putt coming out of the blocks here.
Well, that's an excellent putt for Ludvig Aberg. He's actually losing strokes in the field, or to the field, I should say, in putting this week. 71st in strokes gained for putting, so it's going to be that club there that we're going to have to watch if he's going to make a move and get into a contention or a chance to win.
"82 players made the cut on Friday night. Aberg was 74th out of those 82 entering today in putting. Meanwhile, Aaron Rai can be streaky with this club, but this would be an ideal start for the 31-year-old.
This was a wonderful shot right here. A little bit touchy, though, on the putt. He's got a right to left. I think he's got to play this on the right edge here. But you got to match the speed and the line. Golden opportunity, though, to start his round.
And buries it. Solo second, Aaron Rai with a birdie here at 1.
If there was any nerves in that man, he didn't show it on that first hole.
What's the easiest way to make birdie? Middle of the fairway, clip a wedge, make it dance. Not sure how many questions we had for Aaron Rai, Colin Swatton, but if there were any out there that would question him, it's a small sample size of success for Rai, who will have the honor on the tee here at 2.
Yeah, playing 397 yards. You can see the 6 bunkers down the left-hand side there. The decision is going to have to be made on the tee. Do you challenge those series of bunkers? Do you lay back to this pin location stuck right on the front of the green? In fact, that's the only pin location we have seen there all week. It's been spread out on the far right-hand side and even at the back. But it's an accessible pin location. You can use the contour and the slope on this green to get it in there close. Playing as the 14th easiest hole on the golf course today. 15 birdies have been made against just 6 bogeys. Sort of a west-northwesterly wind today, which should be into from the left for the players.
Colin, there's almost a hint of help in the wind. I don't think it's really hurting. If anything, it's just straight across left to right, which doesn't necessarily fit this reverse cambered fairway here.
Just trying to find the line.
Left to right, yeah, James. Yeah, and it just gives it a touch of softness, doesn't it? Yeah.
Jason Timmis is caddy. Aaron Rai with those signature double black gloves. Heard from him after yesterday, and if you missed it earlier, origin story of that. Growing up playing junior golf, wanted to keep his hands warm, went to 2 gloves and never really left it.
I think his line is really the triangle part of that white tent just over the first part of the right bunker. That's where it started, kind of working right on the wind.
Yeah, there's no way that holds the fairway. be lie dependent. Steve, one of the few holes where not being able to hit it really far is a disadvantage out here because of the carry of those bunkers, whereas I would imagine Oberg's line here a little more left of that.
Yeah, and certainly the height that he hits it too. I mean, his hang time, he's in the upper echelon of hang time. 7.4 seconds he averages, where Aaron Rai averages just 6.6 seconds of hang time on his tee shot. So it all kind of shows you the strength and the apex these guys hit the ball. He can definitely cover those bunkers more.
Will it hold? Will it hold?
Wow. Oh boy, what a, that maybe if for his sake, hoping it might be a sprinkler head, because that thing went diving to the bottom, as both players can't hold the fairway here at 2.
The Wanamaker Trophy is prestigious, but mainly it's big, really big. Everything with the Wanamaker name is oversized, including the former department store and the pipe organ. This massive wonder came here in 1911, and it's still playing strong. It spans up 5 floors of the Grand Court, and has been a beloved icon for generations, with music that has long stirred the soul of Philadelphia.
The 2 gloves initially was to keep my hands warm in the winter months in England, and then it just continued to become a habit, and I've stuck with it ever since. Regarding the iron covers, my mom and dad worked extremely hard to support me. My dad used to buy me the best equipment that he could, and he brought me a really nice set of irons, which he paid a lot of money for. And after every practice session, we used to come home and he used to clean each groove with baby oil and a pin to get all the dirt and grime out. And then he started to put iron covers onto those soon after, just to look after them and take care of them. So the reason that I do it now is to just remember what I came from, and also to respect the things that I have.
Definition of a gentleman, that man right there, Aaron Rai. So much respect to the sacrifices made so that he could be in this position. And it is hard to imagine in this 108th PGA Championship that we haven't had a British winner since the first and the second PGA Championship. But that's what we're looking at if Rai were to win today, as we listen in.
This lie for Aaron is a bit on the thick side. This rough, they've thrown a lot of nitrogen in this rough before this PGA Championship week, and this stuff is growing like crazy from Thursday to right now. This ball's sitting down a bit. It's going to be tough to get the distance, but it might knuckleball a little bit through the wind, which might be the only respite here to help slow it down. .121 yards. This lie might require the strongest of his 4 wedges, the pitching wedge.
There's a little opening at the front of this green too if he has to use it.
John Lovett's club. John Lovett's club.
Beauty. Second straight day he missed the fairway here at 2. He made birdie though yesterday from that right-hand rough, and trying to do so again today as he gouges that one out to get it on the green.
John Lovett's club. John Lovett's club.
Landing it right on the front edge, kill all the speed, and that will be a good look too for birdie coming back down the hill.
Now Ludvig drew a much better lie, 79 yards. This was just a little flick of his lob wedge here. He's going to probably land this a little short and let it release. That's what he's doing.
Go. Run. Go.
Go in.
I thought Aaron Rice's second shot was pretty good, but that one there from Ludvig Aberg is unbelievable. Almost holding it from the right rough.
Colin, do you hear that sound? That's the sound of the rest of the peloton pulling up closer to the leader right now. Just footsteps right behind Alex Smalley, because Oberg's about to match Rye at 5 under par. Rye's gonna have a putt to tie the lead, as there are presently 7 players 4 under par, 2 back. Rye, the lone man, in second, although that could change in a matter of moments with birdie putts all over this front 9. And that is what is so intriguing about the start today, guys, is you've got 2 of the 4 easiest holes in the golf course are 1 and 2. And you have 5 of the 10 easiest holes, 1 through 6, to start this round of golf. It is a track meet for the first hour here on the front 9.
Yeah, so many of these hole locations, you know, in the first handful of holes here, you know, we talked about it before we came on air. They're in these bowls, they're in these collection areas, and if, you know, you're able to control your spin, use your wedges to your advantage. We all talked about at the start of the week, oh, there's so many wedges out here. Well, there is, but you've got to be able to, you know, be able to control your spin and get them on top of these little shelves and pockets. And, you know, Ludvig has done an amazing job from the right rough, and you can see Aaron Rye just going to his yardage book there. He's one of the more deliberate, methodical players out here on the PGA Tour. Takes a host of notes during his practice rounds. He would have struck putts from pretty much every location all over this green to what he thinks are going to be pin locations, all in order to help him come late on a Sunday.
I think something that's helping the good play out here too is this is the 4th round now that these players have seen under tournament competition here. This is not obviously a year in, year out type of venue, so they're getting an understanding of how Aronimink plays. Now, Aaron Rye from about 28 feet. This one definitely going to move from his right to left. He's got to be a little careful on the speed around the hole.
Wow, we had a great look at it from behind Aaron Rye there, just how much break is on this green here at the second. Just going through the process of remarking his ball that would have been on the line of Aaron Rye. What a shot it was to miss the fairway at the first, had just 96 yards, couldn't manage to get it inside 40 feet, but from 79 yards out of the right rough here at the second, 2 foot 8 inches, Steve.
It was a wonderful shot. I mean, landed it exactly where he needed to before the green to let it release. And yeah, this will give a little shot of adrenaline to the Aberg camp for sure.
Meanwhile, behind this group, John Rahm birdied the first, so he's now tied with Aaron Rye at 5 under par, and Aberg could make it 3 players 1 shot back. Don't think you can just waddle your way around the front today. You're going to have to pin the ears back if you want to put yourself in position to win. And we're seeing it so far from this featured twosome.
A lot of these guys would have been sitting in the clubhouse, maybe at home with the telecast on early, watching all the early play, figuring out which holes they need to be somewhat respectful of, which ones they need to get after. And they're doing what they need to do, which is make a fast start. 2-putt par for Aaron Rai at the second.
Certainly acceptable after driving it in the right-hand rough. It's just getting tighter by the second because Justin Thomas made birdie at 15 and just rolled in a birdie at 16 to get to 5 under par. Probably not enough, but at least interesting enough. If you had a birdie or two, could he do crazy? Could he birdie the last 2 holes to post -7? That would be a fascinating sit around and watch afternoon. As we head over to 3, there are birdies here as well today, Colin Swat.
Certainly playing at the longest yardage all week. The players have to make the decision to keep it between those 2 series of bunkers. And then if they can, they're going to be greeted with this pin location all the way in the back right portion. In fact, it was in a similar location in round 1, played as the 7th most difficult hole. Today, here at the 3rd, playing as the 11th most difficult hole. 15 birdies have been made against the 14 bogeys. That's the reason it's pretty close to its stroke average, 4.01. And the breeze, Steve Scott, is it still sort of hanging in there in that sort of northwesterly direction?
Well, it's definitely helping the players, but it's right to left for sure. It's more out of the southwest really today. And these players just trying to fit the ball in between the 2 bunker clusters between 292 and 352 here.
Well, only managing to find a fairway once in the first 3 trips, but that one's a beauty down the left side. Create a nice angle.
These fairways have gotten firmer, Steve. That little peninsula in between the bunkers is a lot narrower than it was a couple of days ago.
Yeah, you definitely want to hit it a little higher and land it softer. This is just a great design. I mean, look, Donald Ross, I think he knew what he was talking about and what he was doing when he designed golf courses and routed golf courses. There's just a lot of great strategy required here. You'd love to hit it down this left side if you could to access this back right hole location, very similar to what they saw in round number 1.
The balance, the poise in that golf swing is one reason he is a prolific driver of the golf ball. I don't think he could hit it straighter than that.
All right, so 2 in the fairway. Down breeze here. They're going to have to hoist it way up into the air, but we're going to have some into the wind shots today for these players, which means you have to have control of your trajectory. How do you work at flighting the ball into the breezes, especially when the pressure is on the line? We go to our pro for answers on that one. Joe Hallett's down in Frisco. No better place to test your irons in the wind than where you're standing right now, pro.
Will, Colin, yeah, now you've put the pressure on me. The wind is here for sure. And one of the things that I really enjoy watching these guys do is flighting those wedges. Now, keeping the ball down, we can talk about different things, but for the single-digit handicap out there, I want to just pass along kind of a little, I'm going to call it a rule of thumb. Those guys on the tour, they know a million ways to make the ball go high or low, but I want you to kind of watch things. When we have our 5, 6, 7 handicap, when they get the club head noticeably above the hands, club head's up, ball's going to go up. So when they're hitting this shot, that ball is going to go real high and come in and hopefully land soft. But what in the wind, if we want to flight this thing, would we do? Instead of making gyrations during our swing, we're just going to make sure the club head doesn't get quite as high above our hands. So we'll just kind of keep it a little bit here, flight that guy in a little bit lower, and we figured out a way to make a ball go about the same distance with 2 different flights. You know, guys, much like success anywhere in life when you're traveling, you got to pick the right flight.
He's been sitting on that one all week.
Has-
That's good.
He's like, I'll pull it out on Sunday.
That was good. That was good. Thank you, Joe. No, I think it's one of the hardest things to learn, right? How to flight a wedge that is so open and you're so accustomed to wanting to hit it up in the air, but there's times when you still need to figure out a way to hit a shot that goes underneath the wind that's in your face.
Yeah, and so much of it too is how you set up to the golf ball. He did a great job of explaining that, keeping the club below the hands a little bit more. But you're right, once you've figured out the basics of how they all work, then you can start to go to the next level and start to sort of pick and choose how you're going to then change all the different flights, the different shapes that you can hit. These guys are so talented. They work extremely hard at their craft, and
I'm sure that's
it's not a matter of just having 9 irons in the bag, you know, different shapes, different windows, and suddenly you've got more arrows in your quiver.
Well, I don't think we'll have to worry about flighting anything with these second shots. Straight down breeze to a tucked hole location, but 2 good positions for our duo here at 3.
Yeah, you can see there Aaron Rai split the fairway there, 327, just 124. Ludvig Aberg, he is a little bit more powerful off the tee. You heard Steve Scott quoting some numbers there with hang time and swing speed, club head speed. 120 to the flag stick, and you can see it there, folks. It's all the way in the back right portion. Was there in a similar location to that in round 1, and it was lean pickings for birdies. This whole back portion of the green here, it actually tilts a little bit away. There is a small spine that sort of cuts out into the back portion of the green, just to the left of this flag stick, and you can use that to your advantage if you're prepared to take it on.
And I think using that spine is the play here. Just kind of helping slow the ball down. You don't have to play mega aggressive into this pin here. This whole location, it was the back right on day 1, was very challenging and very tough to read as well. But Aaron's looking at 124 yards. 116 yards covers the bunker in line with the hole. But he really does split the fairway. I mean, if you think about it, he's using a driver, a tailor-made M6 driver that was built back in 2019. So he's using antiquated equipment, people would say, but man, it's very effective.
There's 2 clubs in the bag that I always thought you really want to have some sort of love affair with, and that's your putter and your driver. So, you know, maybe he's just found one he likes and feels comfortable, does what he knows it's going to do every time.
You know, helping wind off the right here doesn't necessarily fit this whole location that well, but the wind is definitely less than it was yesterday. I would say it's at least a third as far as the speed goes, less than we have seen the last few days. So that's going to benefit the scoring here today.
Oh, that needs to stop, and that could be a little hairy back there. Can we talk about the ability to go up with it, the ability for these players that can create speed? He's not a high speed player, so being able to spin that shot down breeze, so difficult for Aaron Ryan, not necessarily the same challenge for Aberg here.
Now this is the line you want to be coming in from, 120 yards right here, and you're going to watch a much higher ball flight here for Ludvig. Trying to use that slope.
Beautifully played there for Ludvig. I thought for a moment when he was standing there it might have been a touch too far to the left, but he's happy now.
I think you could probably define that shot as that discipline that he was talking about. Was not going to make a mistake right. But that could be to tie for the lead. Justin Thomas is on the green at 17, 1 off the lead. Jon Rahm has a very good look for birdie at 2 to go back-to-back and tie Alex Smalley before Smalley even hits his first putt over at the first. So they are racing up the leaderboard right now to try and position themselves to win this second major of 2026. And there's the update. Rahm makes it at 2. A birdie start as Jon Rahm looks for his 3rd major championship. What a leaderboard that is developing here. You look at the potential firepower mixed with the relative unknowns, or I guess a more polite way, the relative inexperienced golfers that are on this list as well. And that 63 from Kurt Kitayama still stands out, Colin, because unlike yesterday where we had great scoring early and then the winds really picked up in the afternoon, as Steve Scott was saying, easily the calmest the winds have been this week. I'm not saying there's a 63 out there for one of the final 4 or 5 groups, but it's far more conceivable that somebody in these final groups could shoot something in the mid-60s today, unlike yesterday where this golf course was really hard for the last, 6 or 7 tee times.
Yeah, everyone would have been going to their phones this morning looking at that round of Kurt Kitayama and saying, okay, that's an opportunity, wow. And it just gives everyone that little bit of inner belief that it's possible.
Now, this lie from Rye is pretty decent here. He's chipping back into the wind and slightly up the hill. This is very doable here.
He's got to take a seat. Got a little too much club on it. Jumped on him a touch. Got out of the blocks extremely fast. Birdie at the first, par at the second. And now he's going to be tested here at the third. You can see how much he's got left there. It must be some almost 9 feet.
Yeah, Colin, his scrambling has been surprisingly poor this week. It's been 5 of 13 through 3 rounds, and he's only been beating about 6 players in the scrambling category. So if there's one weakness in Aaron Rye's game at this moment, it is the up and down game for sure.
So much of that is reading the lie, interpreting how it's going to come out. Lovely disciplined shot from Ludvig from 120 yards. Using the spine off to the right of our camera screen there to feed the ball in, and he has got Joe Skovron working hard early.
Yeah, it's an interesting putt. This, like you mentioned, this part of the green kind of works towards the back of the green. That would be to Ludvig's left. So I feel like if this putt does anything, it's got to have a little hook in it.
Low point off to the back of the green there we saw with Aaron Rye's approach shot having no chance to hold.
Kept going left.
Yeah, that was a misread. If I look at him there, he's like, oh, how did I not see that?
All right, steady start.
It was a pretty good opportunity. I mean, look, if this field is as bunched up as Talladega and NASCAR, you know, you've got to make a couple of those putts that Ludvig just missed if you want to separate yourself. And this one for Aaron Rye, very key putt. You just can't, with everybody so tightly connected here at the top of the leaderboard, it's just a you just have to keep the pedal down and don't give an inch today. These are the days that you just have to kind of leave all your focus and all your concentration on the field, so to speak. Can't let one of these slip.
Yeah, we are always so concerned about birdie putts, but it's these putts here these par-saving putts that become crucial.
It's like it leaked right, then came hard back to the left. And cup just not wide enough. And now the first bogey of the day will stir the stomach for Aaron Rai, who falls back to -4.
Well, the mistake was the second shot into the green there, and then compounded with getting a little too much club on the ball for the pitch.
He'll try and get it right back as we go to 4.
Yeah, 460 yards today, Will. The wind into from the right. The players will be taking it down the right-hand side, avoiding those bunkers down the left. And it's this pin location today. This is one of the more challenging pin locations. You can see it up there on that shelf in that back left portion. Those arrows indicate a tier that sort of creates a valley right in the middle of this green here. Difficult pin location to get to. Fourth hole has only given up 8 birdies. And a lot of that pin position and that shelf has to do with that.
This hole nicknamed Seminole for the great Donald Ross course down in Juno Beach, Florida. And the wind is about as strong right into the player's face as they find down in Florida too. 270 covers the left cluster of bunkers. Should be no issue though, even for both these players.
All right.
That's a space ball.
We might get lucky. That's outside the gallery line. You can see trodden down. It's all going to be a product of how it's sitting.
He's hit more of those. When he first got out on the professional ranks, he was a driving machine. There were conversations that Ludvig Aberg might be the best driver of the golf ball in the game, and that was including against Rory McIlroy. But it's been more and more of those misses in the last year or so for Aberg. That one didn't scare the fairway.
Well, Aaron Rai, he may have to stay down that right side too, but maybe not as far right as Ludvig just hit it. This will be one of the tougher tee shots these players face today, especially because it's that blind nature up and over the hill. He's driving this low, kind of underneath the wind. That looks pretty solid there.
Well, that's a beauty there. Should stay in the fairway up the right side. You can see a much lower ball flight, trying to keep it below that wind into from the right. It's in good shape for that back left pin location.
Trying to bounce right back to 5 under par. It's a co-lead. John Rahm and Alex Smalley early on the front nine, with only one player able to take home that souvenir at day's end.
There are so many players within the top of the leaderboard. Everybody is bunched.
McIlroy, quite an impressive third round.
Alex Smalley.
Such an impressive fight back.
Kurt Kitayama, best round on the golf course early on.
This is a different type of stage.
What a day it's going to be.
What a day indeed. ESPN and the PGA of America welcoming you back to final round feature group coverage of the 108th PGA Championship from Aronimink Golf Club. It has been a treat from the opening tee shot until now. And what began with 156 hopefuls to win this championship, there are still a couple dozen hopefuls that could win at day's end. But Jon Rahm, looking to get 3/4 of the way to the career Grand Slam, is tied with 54-hole leader Alex Smalley. Scotty Scheffler can't make a thing this week and somehow is still on the first page of the leaderboard, 3 under and 3 shots back, but there is a lot of big name talent in between. Justin Thomas trying to post a number. He drove it in the left-hand rough at 18. It's going to be a challenge for him to get it in at -5. And how many players still with some golf to play could still make a run for maybe even the second page of this leaderboard? Matty Schmidt in the final group did bogey the first to fall 3 off of the pace. Ludvig Aberg and Aaron Rai, each with a birdie early in this round. Rai coming off bogey, Aberg trying to avoid bogey, and you can see there have been plenty of bogeys from the right-hand rough today for Aberg coming up for his second shot deep into the fans on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that has been the miss and the theme so far on the day for Ludvig Aberg. Missed it right at the first, right at the second, and again right here at the fourth. How's the lie, Steve?
Yeah, there's no problem here. He's got nothing in his way. The lie is pretty good. It's going to release on him, but he's got 19 paces from the edge, the front edge to the hole location, and I think it'll help it kind of run up the hill a little bit. I don't think this is too bad of a shot right here at all. The wind is not too much of a factor either, so he's going to be he's just fine.
It'll be Rai first.
All right, Aaron Rai's going to hit it first from one step closer than Ludvig is. 165, right side of the fairway. This is ideal right here. Tiny bit of a downslope though.
Good ball.
Good ball.
Somebody likes it.
Good shot.
Common spot there today at 4.
Yeah, that is a popular spot. You're respecting this pin location. It's only yielded 8 birdies all day.
Yeah, there's like a big thumbprint in the front, kind of all around this green. The hole has been located in the upper parts of it. That's from 166. Came out of the line nice. Got a release though.
It's trying hard to get a little bit of a nibble on the front of the green there. All in all, from a pretty good break in the right rough there, not taking full advantage of it.
It's a little Philly fan interaction on the right-hand side. What do you like about the action of Aaron Rai?
Yeah, if we get the chance to see it in slow motion at some point, what you'll notice through the ball is he does have a lot of left elbow bend. And what that does when you get the left elbow bending like that, it actually creates a little bend in that left wrist, and it stops rotation of the club in both directions. You know, it's a unique move. But Andy and Piers, I know they'll be listening. Me and My Golf, you can see the logo on the top of the hat there, have done a fine job with this gentleman to get him to a point where now he's contending for a major championship. If you haven't checked their stuff out at all, go on, take a look at it. Some really, really good content if you're looking to improve your game.
All right, 2 long-range birdie efforts for both of these players. This is kind of the moment in the round, isn't it, Colin, when if there were any nerves, if there were any sort of questions or things that happen, your body can't carry that nervous energy for 4 hours. And Now all of a sudden it's like, okay, now we're playing golf. We're sort of getting into the rhythm. You're feeling things. What is it like when you can finally look over at your guy? Okay, fine. We don't need any more antacid. We're good. We're just out here playing golf.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know, it is. It's almost like the first 4 or 5 holes just slide by so fast, and then suddenly, like you say, to your point, you start settling in, you start talking, engaging within the group. It's like no other experience. It almost seems like everything is going so slowly, but at the same time, it's going extremely fast. And that's where they have to rely on their caddies today to keep their cadence, to keep their flow, the communication the same. It can't be different. It can't be any different to how it would be any normal day or normal week on the PGA Tour. You don't want the player to pick up on anything from a nervous perspective.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think, look, when Ludvig played the Players Championship and had that tough Sunday, he admitted that he played too quickly and he got out of his pace. So you have to stay in your routine. Now this one's going to be coming up the hill, sliding from his left to right.
And all in all, a pretty good effort there for Ludvig from the front of the green.
That'll be a little slippery one coming up. Okay, it makes total sense what you say. You don't want it to be different. You want it to be just like any other round of golf, but it's not. So what is one thing that maybe you would do slightly differently to try and get you back to feeling normal? Does that make sense, that question?
Yeah, I think the more normal you can keep things, both in the way you communicate, you go back and forth on your numbers, the reads, you know, the conversation between balls, it does get a little more quiet.
Yeah.
You know, the player becomes a little more insular, they become a little bit more isolated, and it's your job to just make sure that they do remain somewhat not stuck in that moment.
Yeah, this one just coming straight up the slope here. This shouldn't have a whole lot of break to it.
How about that bounce back from Aaron Rye? Right back to 5 under and 1 off the lead. Incredibly impressive stuff from Aaron Rye, who has not been in this moment in his professional career and up to the early challenge, especially after the bogey back at the 3rd.
Yeah, that will certainly settle any sort of nerves that Aaron Rye might have. He doesn't look like he's nervous at all getting out of the blocks there with that birdie, and what a way to bounce back. That stat is always something as a coach I'm always interested in looking at. It gives a perspective on the player's mind. Where are they? Are they getting frustrated? They're getting ahead of themselves, but not Aaron Rye. Beautiful stuff.
Just a little tickle left to right here down the hill.
All right, no problem. So both players in this group at 5 under par, heading to 5. Pars at 1 and 2, by the way, for Alex Smalley, coupled with a John Rahm bogey at 3. So it's Smalley again leading by himself by 1 shot, and 4 players now locked together, tied for 2nd, including Justin Thomas, who buried a putt outside of 10 feet at 18 for a huge up and down par. So 5 under has been posted. Probably not enough to win this golf tournament, but you could tell by his reaction getting gutty pars at 17 and 18 that he at least has given himself a chance should things get a little crazy later on the back 9. So both of our guys at -5, and they're heading to 5.
This hole is fantastic. It has played as long as 184 today, just 179. Similar pin location, you can see there to round 1 that yielded 23 birdies. A little deeper into that green today, but it's accessible. Just a gorgeous, gorgeous array of par 3s here. We've seen the 8th tipped out at over 245 yards, and this gem here.
What a fun green to look at from the tee. I mean, just the way it looks like it's a like a little postage stamp of an ocean in the distance, if that makes sense. You just got waves on either side. So many fun spots where they could have tucked hole locations. Kind of surprising. We thought there'd be a forward tee, a real forward tee at some point in time this week to allow guys to maybe flip a wedge into this green, but definitely a tricky one to get to today.
It's like a wavy potato chip up here, for sure. It's a beautiful green, but this is a very challenging hole location. But the wind is kind of fitting it perfectly. It's into the players and maybe just a hint of right to left, which is very comfortable for a left-hand hole location.
You've got to think, Steve, that if you're going to try and get it close here, you've got to challenge that left side a little bit. It's almost one of those pins that you've just got to respect a touch and try and get it pin high right in that little valley if possible.
Yeah, I think you do have to be aggressive here. Anything about 15 feet right of the hole will kind of fall 30 or 40 feet right of it. So this one out to the center, though.
That's a good smart play. That's, you can see down in that little collection area. There's holes you can go at, holes you can't. Like I say, it's only yielded 7 birdies all day.
Yeah. Otherwise, we're taking a little off. I think it's there. I like it. Yeah.
Well, now Ludvig came into this final round #1 in strokes gained tee to green and 3rd in proximity to the hole. So we know that this part of his game has been on point. How aggressive does he play here to a tuck pin?
Well, he flushed it, Steve.
Stay.
I don't think that was ever enough bat. Not going to make a mistake long. And that was a perfect example of both players just not going to take the bait here today at 5, especially when you're 1 off the lead at the 2nd major of the season. After over 60 years, the PGA Championship will make a historic return to Dallas-Fort Worth in 2027. Join us next May at the home of the PGA of America in Frisco as we welcome the strongest field in golf back to Texas. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. Colin Swat and Steve Scott and myself, Will Haskett, hoping that we're all invited to Frisco next year. That would be fun. I think I posed the trivia question yesterday, fellas, and no one got the answer right. The last time there was a PGA Championship in the DFW Metroplex, do you know what course it was in Dallas? Steve?
I mean, I would think Colonial maybe, but that's the only one that jumps out.
Colin? Do you know the DFW?
In fact, I did answer your question yesterday, and I said I don't know.
No, that was an answer. Aberg ready. It was Dallas Athletic Club, 1963.
The hill right to left at the very end.
Easy, easy. Whew, he's leaving himself another one of those knee knockers.
We did pay off yesterday, though, that our trip to Dallas next year at that wonderful new facility in Frisco. We will follow Aronimink with a stop in Dallas. The last time the PGA Championship was here at Aronimink in 1962 was the year before they went back to Dallas. So a lot of symmetry in the 2 years, spaced some 60 years apart. Now Aaron Rai.
Yeah, this little hump that he's got to go over, this hog's back's right in the middle of his putt here. Everything's going to move right to left. Not an easy one to hold when you're kind of putting up and over one of these little hillocks in the greens.
That one's not dead.
Yeah, both these players are going to have more than they bargained for here. I think Aaron Ryan might not have lost his turn here. So much of that last half of the putt coming up over that hummock, as you said there, Steve, it probably thought it was going to turn and accelerate a little bit more than it did. That 3 to 5 foot range for Aaron this week. He is 10 of 12. This one here, right smack on 4 feet. He's one of those guys that likes to use the line on the golf ball. You can see just double checking it there with his putter to make sure it's aimed exactly where he wants it.
If he is anything, he is systematic in his approach. Line on the ball, does a lot of, really just has a really good understanding of what makes him tick.
There's a lot of brain science centered around process. If you maintain the same process and repeat it on everything that you do, it doesn't trick the brain. It just gives the brain rhythm, which is a right side of the brain function, and it keeps the demons that lurk in the left side of the brain. When you overthink, when you think about consequence of what a miss might mean or a make might mean, that's the left brain calculating. Right brain is rhythm. That's why you see so many players in a routine.
I would agree with that.
This man doesn't spend enough time to get into a routine. He just gets up over it and hits it in the bottom. 2 pars there at 5. And again, 2 disciplined pars to a flagstick that was not very comfortable for either of the players. And he's having a good time coming off the green. There's no 2 more laid back guys on the golf course than Ludvig Aberg and Joe Skavron on the bag, as they will keep their low heart rates going up the hill at 6.
Oh, what a great hole this is. There's actually 15 bunkers, folks, on this hole. Look at the sea of sand down the right-hand side. 270 over the short side. If you want to take it on, especially down breeze, you can try and push it over 300 yards. This pin location for the first time all week. It's down in this front right bowl section. If you can find the short grass here, you can actually work the ball back towards this pin location. I would say it's a little more accessible from the fairway, but you don't want to get too close either. If you get too close to the green, you might be able to generate enough speed to bring the ball back.
Still let it fall left to right, can't we, Jace? Yeah.
And with this breeze out of this sort of west-northwest, should be off the left a touch for him as well, Steve.
It sure is. It's not as fierce as it was yesterday, as we saw a couple players drive this green. But I really think you got to hit this as far left in the fairway as you can. You got a front right hole location it's just tucked like almost like a cat peeking out side of a couch in your house. It's just hiding in that corner.
Try to slide something with the natural shape of the hole. Easy, easy.
Wow, that really bounded up that slope. I was just about to say that his lack of length comparative to the field almost benefits him on some of these tee balls like this one, but that one really chased up the hill. Only good thing about that miss will be the angle to that right hole location. Big test here with the driver for Ludvig, Steve, to try and thread the needle.
Yeah, I mean, look, and this is the uphill nature of this tee shot. I mean, the height that he hits the golf ball, I mean, he can get up there 150 feet in the apex department. And so he can really send this down there. He might be able to get this within 40 or 50 yards of the green if he really hammers one here.
And he is setting up to challenge that series of bunkers. Oh.
Well, it's in the fairway. That's the good news. The bad news is that is going to be a very difficult angle coming up for Ludvig Aberg to a hole location that had a lot of folks' attention when the hole locations came out yesterday. And a guy who was maybe the most fascinated, Ken Brown, walks us through this diabolical little spot on the 6th green.
I'm on the 6th, and I heard David Duval talking about this pin position, so let's have a quick look at it. I've got the pin sheet here, and these have got all the pin positions, hole locations for the week. And this one on number 6 says 8 on, 4 from the right. It's tucked behind that little bunker there. So let's have a quick look at it. And this is what it looks like from the players' line. Look at that. Unbelievable. Well, they measure the yardage for the hole locations from the middle of the green. There's a blue line there, but this is not on 8. This is on, for most players, 1, 2, 3. 3 paces, and worse, most of it's on a downslope, so very tricky. So when you're standing on the tee, you've really got to think of your tactics. Yes, if you can drive it in the middle of the green, which might be possible for the longest, it's not too bad, but virtually anywhere else you leave it, it's tricky. So some players might lay back and see if they can spin it, because beyond the cup is this little slope. Now the ball's going to skid, it's unlikely to come back, but you could land it in there fairly softly and leave yourself a 12 or 15 footer if you get it right. If you get out of position, some places you won't be able to get at this flag. If you're beyond the cup, it's one of those putts, you can see it's downhill, you can see it's a down slope, and you know it's pretty quick, but it's very difficult to see the line. Let's just give this one a rundown. You won't believe how quick it is. It really does run away. Just a little touch and a bit of a misread. But it's swift. Unbelievably tricky pin position. It's one of those ones, a hole that normally gives you some honey, but this one is a sting. You've got to be careful. If you get out of position, I don't know how you get out of it. You should make a par, but you won't make a birdie.
We got Steve Scott's potato chips on 5. Now we got a jar full of honey from Ken Brown on 6. Need catering to respond to my texts if we're going to make it through 18 holes with this group today. Okay, so with that hole position, Colin Swatton, what does it present in terms of a challenge? 2 very different looks coming up for this group. Rye's going to be lie dependent on that left-hand rough, but that angle, you saw the angle that Ludvig Aberg is going to have to contend with. Look at where his ball winds up down here on this right little sliver.
Yeah, for Aaron Rai, I think he's going to have to use the area short of this green to try and trundle it and bounce it on. It's unpredictable. It's going to be determined by that lie. For Ludvig, you saw there with Ken Brown, he's now faced with no other option but to fly it beyond this flagstick and be left with that downhill putt. This hole here is such a gorgeous, gorgeous par 4. But if you get too close, you just can't generate the spin.
A little farther away for the Aberg second shot than what the graphic is. Let's update it. That one just hung over there, but you see right next to him, we've had a bogey made from over there because you're just so out of position.
That's not an opportunity, and I bet that bogey there was a fact of coming up short and leaving in that bunker and not being able to get it up and down. You have to be able to be disciplined, and in that situation, you know, you've driven it up the right-hand side, you don't have an angle, you have to take your medicine, take it 15, 20 feet beyond the flagstick and try and hole your putt down the hill.
This pin, I'm up here greenside, guys, and this pin is almost like, you know, when the superintendents do tough hole day.
Yeah.
Like, that is exactly what they have. I mean, this thing is almost not even on the green. I mean, Ludvig has no shot to get it within 12 or 15 feet. No way. Aaron's going to have to definitely run his ball up and do what you said, keep it left and hold that 15 or 20 footer, because there's just, you just can't access this hole. Access this hole. That was the big word I was looking for.
Can you use the sort of the crown at the left front of the green to try and push the ball a touch closer?
No, it doesn't need to go that far left. Okay. That's a little too far left. He can just kind of run it, you know, just safely 15, 20 feet left of the hole and hope he hit it the right distance. You don't want to be short here. If anything, you want to be a little deep.
Wow, just flipped it over, closed down that face, and that is no bargain right there.
That is just proof in the pudding that fairways are paramount here today. You know, he's only 78 yards away, and a lot of the rough caught around the neck or the hosel of the club. And look at how far left that started and how quickly it jumped on him now. He is left with a very, very difficult little pitch from the back of the green.
Yeah, this from 51 yards. I don't see any way he can put this ball close at all. Uh-oh, this has got to go. That was fortunate. It did not spin back right there. Now he's not going to be blocked by the angle. It's going to be okay, but pretty fortunate.
You know, this is just a product of being too close. No option but to try and get cute with it now, faced with something, you know, well outside 40 feet. You can see how far left he's aiming here. The sound, he just bruises the turf, clips it absolutely perfectly. Needed no more than about a yard more and it would have been decent, but now he's going to have to make a long one if he's to bake birdie.
He had 16 birdies here today from those that have been able to find the fairway, but what a great example of hole location and the firmness of this golf course on what is the 5th easiest hole. It's played 4 under par today, but both players put it out of position off the tee, and you're just absolutely scrambling to make your path to 4 as easy as possible, and that lie does not look fun for Aaron Rai.
No, it's not good at all. That long grass is definitely going to be in play here with his pitch shot. I mean, if he hits this the right distance, it's a small miracle. It's kind of where everybody walks off the back part of the green as well, and there's just not a lot of good here.
There's a high point to the green complex here at 6, which is on the right-hand side. So when we flip around to the angle there on your TV screen, it's off to the left-hand side. So he's going to be using that to try and filter this ball down to this pin location.
Should hit the slope here. And just not enough to carry its momentum down the other side. And Rai, trying to avoid his second bogey in the first 6 holes, has a long one.
Yeah, you can see there the complexity of the shot. High point off to the left-hand side. Woolly lie. That would have been so easy to chip off the front of the green, but now he's left with a downhiller that we saw in Brown. Just how fast it is from above the hole location here at 6.
I think he did pretty good just to get it to there, honestly. I mean, it was one of those ones. He went around the chipping green before he went out today, and he and his caddy, Jason, they just threw balls, just one ball in one spot, and tried a whole bunch of shots around the practice chipping green. But that was no bargain right there at all. Now this one's going to be working up the hill for Ludvig, and it should kind of kick to his left as it gets closer to the hole with that bunker brow that will push it to the left.
Oh, we have seen him be aggressive in the last 3 or 4 holes with his approach putts, but that one's got plenty left on it.
Both players potentially staring bogey in the face. One back of the lead of Alex Smalley, who, by the way, was in 2 different bunkers on the 3rd hole and made a 24-footer to save par to stay in the lead at 6 under par. He's playing about to par the 4th. These two in this group are part of a 6-way tie for second right now in a bogged leaderboard.
I think this hole just sits so perfectly in the position here. There's 2 of them, the 6th and the 7th, that are not necessarily the longest of holes, but like you said, you get out of position, pin location. It can really, really make it difficult for you if you're out of position and trying to press.
Downhill should move from his left to right a little bit right here. This is a kind of an important putt, I think.
Just wiggles left on him at the very end, and that is going to be a dropped shot here at the 6th for Aaron Rye.
Kind of felt like a bogey as soon as that club got turned down on his 2nd shot. Ludvig Aberg sort of resigned to not making birdie, but felt he could manage his way to a better position than having to make this for his par.
I was just talking to somebody in the gallery. I said, have you seen any birdies here today? They're like, I saw one. It's just not a whole lot good here. I can't believe they found this whole location where they did here.
Well holed. I think the putter's up to the challenge through the first 6 holes today for Ludvig Aberg. Has looked good on the stroke, a couple of misreads, but stays bogey free, stays 1 back. Second bogey for Rye takes him 2 off of the pace, which means Aberg will bat first here at 7.
Yeah, this is such a great hole. I just mentioned it, dogleg to the right, par 4. You've got those hummocks down the right-hand side, full of fine fescue, some woolly stuff down there. This whole fairway does camber and tilt from right to left. A tee shot in the fairway does not necessarily mean it will stay in the fairway, but back into the breeze will make it somewhat more manageable. And look at that pin location all the way in the back left portion. Half the battle here is finding the fairway, but there's plenty going on up at the green as well. You can see there, as a result of that, we've only had 5 birdies here today. 21 bogeys made. Over par at 4.28. It's a blind tee shot. Players really can't define the left or right edges of this fairway. They added 25 yards to this hole from scorecard yardage back at the BMW that in 2018. It's a hot one. Mercury's up close to 90 degrees. It's important to hydrate.
Colin, you mentioned that added distance. I mean, back in 2018, it was the hardest fairway to hit back then. I'd love to know what it is right now. I think it still has to be the hardest fairway to hit, doesn't it?
It is the 2nd hardest fairway to hit this week.
So I like
Much
this.
easier then,
Okay.
right?
Perfect. I like that. It gives you a little room.
Yeah, I love
you know
that.
What I'm saying?
I love that.
You like that?
Yeah.
Well, they're
Pretty
entering,
straight in.
Anything that's a touch off your line. Okay.
entering a pretty tough stretch of holes here. 7 playing as the 3rd most difficult. The next hole, the 8th. Par 3 playing as the most difficult on the golf course. So this is time. This is the meat and potatoes of your round.
It is the toughest percentage of the week thus far with this wind here at 7 today. Less than a third of the field hitting this fairway in regulation.
And it's into off the left as well, Will, which doesn't make it any easier for a right-hander. This one's dangerously down the right. It's got to cover.
Oh, it does by a yard. A yard shorter, and that's in that hay on the back side of the hummocks up there on the right-hand side, where the scoring average, if you hit it up in those hairy little pimples that are up on the right-hand rough, you end up with a scoring average this week of well over 5 if you find yourself up there, as that's a line that Aaron Rai cannot take now.
I'd say further right.
Still 300 run out there, man.
It's going to run out faster.
With the right shape. Good there, man. Mainly in the touch out the left.
Yeah, you'd love to hit just a nice hard fade, working with the shape of this hole, especially if you don't have enough firepower to cover that corner, like I don't think Aaron does compared to Ludvig. This one rifled nice and low like he did back there on 4. He's got to hang on though.
Oh, and it just gets into the primary cut of rough. Disappears quickly.
But Aberg safely in the fairway after taking on that trouble down the right-hand side. So one of the few to find the fairway today. We talk about how quickly he plays, but this routine, while quick, is still quite repetitive. That little takeaway for Ludvig Aberg, and all the various little movements and waggles that are in it that take just a handful of seconds. Something that maybe you could take away from that quick pre-shot routine of Ludvig Aberg, because it has caught the eye of our professional, the 2024 PGA of America Teacher of the Year, Joe Hallett's down at the PGA facilities in Frisco. What do you like about that pre-shot move from Ludvig?
Will, Colin, one thing that you'll see a lot of different players doing is that kind of very structured takeaway. You watch him, if you look at someone like a Xander Schauffele, he has a really long move like this. We know how fast Ludvig plays, so he can only afford that amount of time to do that. But they're taking the club head, the club shaft, the hand, the left arm. They're kind of moving it in a straight line. Now, this essentially helps the player get a good idea of the path the club that'll go back on, and maybe keeping the face a little bit more stable. There's a good way to practice that, and you can do it quite simply, and that is split your hands apart. I don't want you to hit it this way, but split your hands apart, and you will find that you can practice a takeaway that keeps the face stable and puts the club on a good path. Now, many of us see this on the first tee, and I'm going to tell you, if you see a lot of this going on and you don't believe in miracles, you might want to start, because I'm not sure that club is coming back square.
Gotta try that now. Where's my bag? Give me a club, hands apart, we'll take away. I mean, the amount of notes I have from Joe this week of things that I got to do when I get back home. It's a lengthy notebook worth of tips.
Yeah.
And we're going to get new grips.
Oh, you've got to get new grips. You don't like, there's no point having shiny grips.
Yeah, got to put some fresh tires on the clubs to get ready for the heart of the season. As our featured group, you see the leaderboard there. Smalley maintaining a one-shot lead. Nick Taylor makes birdie at 5. And could not go back-to-back at 6 to stay one off the lead. John Rahm's going to have a short birdie putt coming up at the 6 to try and tie the lead. Aaron Rai was walking down the fairway expecting to find his golf ball, and you just saw he had to be told, come on back up here, and this is going to be a really challenging second shot. This is one of the shortest tee shots we've seen this week here at the 7th.
Yeah, and the challenge for Aaron here is going to be the fact that he is a low ball hitter and he doesn't have any area to run it up onto this green. You can see those series of 3 bunkers short of the green here at 7. So too, this second shot for him is going to be back into the breeze. So he's going to be going over things with Jason Timmers, his caddy, to sort of say, okay, what, if any, mistake that we can make here at the 7th, where does it need to be?
All right, Aaron Rai looking at 177 yards, but this lie is, I really like the word you use, Colin, woolly. This is a super woolly lie. It's got 150 yards to cover the front bunkers. That will be the big distance that he's really looking at right here. But this hole is all the way in the back of the green. You're gonna have to muster up a lot of strength with those 2 gloves. Rough really not matted down. It's really, the grass is sticking straight up and the ball was sitting kind of in a bird's nest here. So this is going to take a lot of effort to get this one moving forward.
Looks like he's setting up, Steve, just to play some sort of cut, try and add some loft to this.
It came out all right. It's got to get over just a little. Okay.
All right, this will get better. This will catch the slope on the right-hand side. I don't think it'll stay on the green. Oh, he's just getting those lies today.
Wow. It was a pretty good shot to get to there, though.
Yeah, Steve, you get up and see this live. He's going to have grass growing right back into him. But, I mean, the muscle from this was the shortest tee ball of the day by any player that didn't hit it into the hay to the right-hand side and get it stopped. But to get it to where he got it, pretty good work there from Rai, who was immediately thinking when he got to his golf ball, what can I do to make par? Meanwhile, Ludvig Aberg thinking, what can I do to make birdie?
If you look up Mayer's office in the dictionary, you're going to see a picture of this tee shot. This is 114 yards, 63 yards past Aaron. Just can't miss this left. There's a little fall off, a little Donald Ross fall off left of the hole. Oh, this may be going there.
Can't make that mistake, can you, Colin?
No, you can't. As soon as that ball came off the club face, we saw it was left, and that is the ultimate penalty there. That's one of those lies, too, and false wrinkle there that they could come back at him.
Quite literally the first person that's missed it there today, here at 7. Both players scrambling here at this downhill par 4.
Welcome back to the 108th PGA Championship with our featured group, Ludvig Aberg and Aaron Rai. Ludvig Aberg, 1 birdie so far on his round, but he has missed it left of the green here and in trouble at the 7th. And it'll be Aaron Rai, managed to squeak this on the back edge of the green. Up and down day for him. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys, Steve. What's he got here?
This lie is better than Ludvig's, but it's not very good at sitting down. Green runs away from him here. It's going to take all of his touch. This has not been his forte this week so far either.
Well, a slightly better lie for Aaron Rai at the back of the green here at the 7th than at the previous hole, the 6th. Manages to get that down in there with what looks about 5 feet. Let's take another look at it here. Steve Scott's mentioned a couple of times today, not necessarily his forte. Does get it very closed on the way back with a lot of these pitch shots. Doesn't get it very vertical. You do bring in a lot of grass between the club face and the ball in that situation. Now, you mentioned missing it left here is not the place to miss it, and you've also mentioned too that this lie is not easy. What's he got now?
Yeah, this is on an upslope right here. This is so easy to chunk, I can't even tell you. He's got to keep the club face moving through this long grass. Oh, and he did the opposite. He kept it going too much, and yeah, this is making a mess. I mean, he did the hard part with the tee shot, and now he's really going to be struggling for par.
Well, let's be honest. He was 114 yards in the middle of the fairway with a scoring wedge in hand to a back left pin location with half the golf course to the right of the hole. Took this pin location on, paid the ultimate price, and that looked like a little defensive kind of chip shot from the left side there. Jammed down on it, made sure he got the ball first to make sure it didn't come back to him. And now, with a very long putt, you can see Joe Skovron putting the ball down behind the mark there for Ludvig.
It's very possible his lie was, there was something funky with the lie that I didn't see back there in the fairway. He kept looking down at his impact point as that club face turned right over, and now, I mean, this could have turned a potential 3 into a 5 right now if he doesn't hold this.
He's been extremely aggressive with his approach putts from distance. This is one that he cannot afford to be aggressive on, Steve.
The low point of the property is to his left. This one's got a little bit of pace to it as well, but you don't want to get greedy here. You can't afford anything worse than 5.
You know, gentlemen, there's no such thing as perfect golf, right? But as good as this field is, this is the best field in golf every year, the PGA Championship, 156 professionals, 97 of the top 100 in the world. And the one thing it feels like that is separating Ludvig Aberg from maybe winning a major versus contending in a major is a mistake like that. You're going to make a bogey maybe on a hard hole here or there. Maybe it's a loose tee shot, but you're standing in the middle of that fairway. You should not make 5 from where he drove the ball, right?
No, exactly. And to your point, you know, both of these guys out of position at a very gettable 6th hole. And really had to make lengthy ones to try and save par there. And then they come to a hole where it's a challenging tee shot, yes, but if you get in the short grass, you're going to be left with no more than, you know, 120, 125 yards. And, you know, you can't afford to give the golf course back on these easy holes.
All right, Rai doesn't go back-to-back with bogeys and survives maybe a bad break off the tee, finding that rough, and scrambles his way to a par. As Aberg just a couple of feet to confirm the bogey. Penny for his thoughts right now as he strides into a putt that he did not expect to have on this green, but it's another drop shot, and suddenly Aberg and Rai back where they began the day, even par in the round, and now 4 under for the week, 2 off of the Alex Smalley lead. And another look at this shot.
It's kind of hard to see it from that particular angle there, Will, and whether or not that was in a divot or not. We followed the ball. I don't think it was. And
No.
you can see it there. It is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that was a clean line in the fairway and just a bad wedge. A spot, and he knows it there. It's just a spot where you can't miss. And I think back to, you know, he had control of the Players Championship earlier this year, and he's standing in the middle of the fairway at a par 5 with, what, 100 yards of grass and sand to the left, and he hits it in the water to the right on a par 5, makes bogey, and kind of brings doubt into play. And again, the feature groups allow us to have longer sort of conversations about players. This isn't, he's not the only player that has made a bad swing in a bad moment. But if you're going to win this golf tournament today, you know you're going to be faced with some challenging moments. You met the challenge off the tee and still find a way to drop a shot there at 7. And it doesn't get a whole lot easier because now you're staring at the downhill, daunting par 3 that it has been the 8th all week.
It's the most difficult hole on the golf course. You know, it has played as long as 245 yards in round 1, as short as 173 yards in round 2. Today, 216 yards. They have used every inch of these huge green complexes here at Aronimink, measuring over 8,500 square feet. One of them, in fact, is over 10,000 square feet. This is uniquely designed too. You can see just off to the right-hand side of your camera screen there, that is the 10th green. There's a small valley between the 2 greens there, but this is a difficult pin location to get to.
Reminder, we got multiple ways for you to engage with this final round of the PGA Championship. The Rory McIlroy Xander Schauffele group going along nicely. Rory 4 under, Xander 3 under par. They're finishing up work in front of us here at that par 3. Well, you've got featured hole coverage on the back 9, and of course us with Aaron Rai and Ludvig Aberg trying to now rally late on this front 9 after promising starts have hit a bit of a speed bump as they're staring down at Rory and company. And there you see just 3 lone birdies. There have been as many birdies today here at 8 as there have been doubles or worse. Good luck, fellas. Pick a club and let's go. I've enjoyed about this 8th hole all week is even when the front 9's been easy, you think you're going along nicely, then all of a sudden you blink and you wake up and you're here staring at this shot down the hill as Aaron Rai and Jason Timmis talk things over.
Just a little bit between, isn't it? I was thinking more 6 and just, I don't think this one. Unless we go 5 and we're just on it.
Certainly a lot of things to think about here on this tee with the elevation change. 216 yards, about 206 covers in line with the hole.
Yeah, we can go more sideways, isn't it?
Yeah. Play like a 195, yeah, Jace.
Yeah, that's it. Shadow.
Catch on that white flag.
Plays another 14 yards downhill as well, Steve.
Yeah, this is, I mean, there's no reason why this is the, not no reason, this is, there's no wonder why this is one of the hardest holes on this golf course right here, with so exposed. I mean, the highest part of the property is just behind them on the 3rd tee, so a lot of wind hits this ball. It's in the air a long time. Really have to get committed to your line and your distance here with this green sitting on an angle.
But this line. Oh, Had to love it in the air and now has to hope that that thing came back down to the flat.
Kind of makes me go to stock, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's 100% stock. It's nothing off.
Nothing off. Yeah.
Coming down that white flag.
Let's see if Ludvig brings this ball flight down or if it hangs in the air at his traditional high launch. Oh, spinning up on the wind, this could miss right.
Yeah, good call, Steve. Did it exactly that, though bounced a couple of times and may have gotten away with a better lie up on the green. Things are getting crazy here on this front nine. Alex Smalley just made double at 6, but Matty Schmid just made his 3rd birdie in the last 5 holes, and he leads at the 108th PGA Championship.
In football and golf, Sundays are for winning. And there's no better place to win than right here, Philadelphia, where the history runs deep and so does desire. Fly Eagles Fly is our rallying cry. And this week it applies to birdies too at the PGA Championship. The world's best will battle the pressure and rise to the moment for America's most passionate fans in the city of liberty, brotherly love, and champions. Go Birds!
Some players for the next couple of weeks are going to hear Fly Eagles Fly in their dreams or maybe their nightmares, depending on how the back nine goes today. It's been a common refrain and chant from the Philadelphia golf faithful who have made the trek northwest of downtown Philly here to Aronimink Golf Club, hosting this PGA Championship for just the 2nd time, the first since 1962, and good to see the ball coming out of its pitch mark for Aaron Rai here at 8.
Yeah, pretty clean lie here, plenty of green to work with. Should be able to get this up there somewhere with a good par effort. It's 0 for 3 in sand save so far this week, so has not been effective.
Almost hopped it in the hole, but that's not going to stay on the green.
Almost went on the 10th green. Wow.
That was stunning, Steve. Certainly not an easy bunker shot, but that thing came out with absolutely no spin.
Yeah, that was strange right there. I never even thought about checking up at all. And now he's got all sorts of trouble to try to get this one up and down for bogey.
That was a lie here.
Yeah, this is a thick one. I mean, this rough has gotten thicker by the second here since Thursday. Every lie, it just compounds itself by the day. But he's back into the wind. That just came out super fluffy right there. A lot of guesswork when you're missing your targets here at Aronimink this week.
Yeah, this rough is incredibly gnarly. You can see too the amount of foot traffic that's been there where Ludvig has been and playing from there. That pushes the grass in so many different directions and makes it incredibly unpredictable.
This is an important little stretch for this duo. When they got off to the good start, and now you're starting to potentially stack bogeys together. There's been a lot of attrition at the top of this leaderboard. We mentioned that massive reversal in the final duo with Matty Schmid putting a bogey behind him early in this round to now take the outright lead. Alex Smalley's now going to chase. After a double at 6, John Rahm just made bogey at the 7th behind our featured group. At one point in time, we had 5 players at 5 under par, one off the lead. Now it's just 3. With the par 5 coming up, making 3 here would have been huge for either of these players. And now work just to make 4.
It looks like he's going to bump and run this up the slope. Got to stay really patient right now. Like you said before, things start going very quickly in your mind.
All in all, a pretty good effort there for Aaron from the back of the green here at the 8th. Look at this on the downslope, the left of the 10th green there. Choosing to stay low, pitch it into the back of the green and get it to filter down within what looks like about 4 or 5 feet.
Had that ball gotten to the 10th green, rule in effect this week for this championship, you would have been entitled to remove the ball from the green and drop no closer to the hole off of the surface. While these greens are not officially connected, there is that nice little valley in between the two of them of closely mown area, and certainly brought the potential in that you could have had chip shots from one green to the other. Didn't want players having to disrupt the putting surfaces. That almost came into play there for Rye. Is now Aberg to avoid back-to-back bogeys.
We saw this earlier in the week with Justin Thomas when he bogeyed 7 through 10. This really seems to be the meat of the golf course right now.
Good putt that didn't go in. Now there's a gap. You are losing touch to the top of the board. And you know what keeps looking better and better? Justin Thomas posted 65 and 5 under par. He tied for second, and he hasn't left. He's still tied for second.
Oh, there's no way in the world he's calling for the jet just now. Like he would have finished. Well, what did he finish? Over an hour ago? More than that.
Yeah.
You know, so there's no way he is leaving the property.
Unlikely that 5 under par holds, but it's a lot more likely than it was, say, an hour ago.
Yeah, well, before we came on air, we all thought, okay, what's going to get it done? We were thinking 6, maybe 7. This golf course is going to continue to evolve too. You know, these greens are getting firmer, they're getting faster, there's a lot more foot traffic on them, things like that. It is the PGA Championship. You know, it is difficult coming down the stretch on Sunday.
Just the one drop shot. So both players in this group now 3 off of the lead, 2 off of the clubhouse lead. Another look at Aaron Rye's bunker shot here down in the flat. Didn't look too bad in terms of the form and the contact, but of course it raced on by, and being able to play crisply and effectively from the greenside bunkers here at Aronimink is so crucial, as that ball just hopped and never once thought about grabbing before it worked its way almost all the way over to the 10th green. And I think for a lot of golfers out there, if you find yourself in a greenside bunker, that could be a real spot of terror for the average player, and it turned into a bogey for one of the best players in the world, in Aaron Rai. So we go to our pro down in Frisco, Joe Hallett. Joe, walk us through the kitty litter, will you?
Here I am in the kitty litter. Will, Colin, look, it's something that all of us hear all the time, and for just our average golfers, they go, oh, the sand takes the ball out of the bunker, and that's so difficult to understand. So I'm going to try and have a little bit of fun with you all on this. There's some sand, and there is a golf ball in a cup of sand, and I promise you, at this point, the sand is what took the ball out of the bunker. But don't get rid of that cup of coffee just yet. Dave Norman, a PGA Master Professional, shared this with me years ago. Take that cup and just put it over your golf ball. Now we're going to try and make a little magic happen here. I want you to not hit the cup, okay? So I'm going to kind of address it right back here, and my goal is to not hit the cup. And look at that. Out comes the golf ball by using the sand. As long as we're in here, let's get a couple of other things. It doesn't matter what you're doing. We've got some coffee creamer. How about a coffee pod? Now let's go with the coffee creamer. If we do the same thing, out it comes. Learn those fundamentals from your PGA Pro. You're going to have a good time. Gents, I got half a cup of coffee up there. I'm going to go grab it.
Thank you, Pro. Start to finish this week, both he and Natalie. I mean, imagine the amount of coffee that's been consumed in Frisco to get all those tips to us.
I wondered who was taking my creamer.
You flew it all the way from here down to Frisco.
Down to Frisco.
All right, coming off of a couple of bogeys at 8, easiest hole on the golf course now turns into a must birdie for this duo.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to find the fairway here. The second shot will be down breeze, uphill to a very generous pin location. We've seen 6 eagles here today, 40 birdies. The whole field is taking advantage of it. Both for our guys, Aaron Rai and Ludvig Aberg, they have to take advantage of this hole here now. Potentially with an eagle, but at least a birdie. And you can see the target way off in the distance. This fairway does camber and tilt from left to right. 297 yards to cover those 2 bunkers down the left-hand side. You can see the wind at his back.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players easily clear those bunkers. Wind is definitely helping the efforts here. Can make this hole a lot shorter.
You can see that lower apex there, just 78 feet. Put that in perspective. PGA Tour average for apex flight is in excess of 100 feet, about 110. So Aaron definitely one of those lower ball flight players.
That ball rolled a good 50 yards when it hit.
This guy's got you looking up, hasn't he, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, baby.
Hold that left side, it will. Now scoots up the hill. Rory McIlroy just hit the longest drive of the week here at 9, 379 off the tee with the wind tunnel up the hill. So 2 players in good position here, should be able to reach this par 5 and 2, really needing a bounce back, making the turn.
If players were given a club for every time they almost won a major, a dozen guys this week could arm a town the size of Abilene. Lots of players come close. Close enough for the loss to haunt them forever when they're getting paid to live in the almostness of fading nostalgia. But only a select few persevere to win a major. In that inch of difference between almost and champion lies the answer to so many prayers.
We are nearing the back nine, and that's when everything gets real. After a week of hard work, Matty Schmid is your outright leader right now with just a few holes to go on his front nine. Justin Thomas has been camped in the house with his 2 Wanamaker trophies after shooting 65 today. Still good for a tie for second. Cameron Smith has had multiple birdie opportunities on the back nine to try and get to that lead number of -6, and he's trying to survive and post. Maybe 1 or 2 better than JT on the back nine. And then look at more and more major winners creeping their way onto the first page of the leaderboard. Rory, Rahm, Xander, Justin Rose. When we had so many guys at 4 under par, it was almost the entire top 10. Now 4 under keeps you in the top 5 as we've had a bit more afternoon attrition, much like we saw yesterday on moving day in the field. You mentioned how important this 9th hole was going to be from a scoring standpoint to try and restore some order before heading to the back nine, and 2 good tee balls to start this 9th hole for our featured duo.
Well, that's what they had to do. They had to get the ball in the fairway to give themselves the biggest chance they can at trying to make eagle, at worst birdie here, and then get their rounds back on track. Matty Schmid, 2 under on his round. He's at 6. He's our leader. We've got 3 at 5 for Ludvig Aberg and Aaron Rai, both at 3 under. I feel their time is now. You know, they're entering also to a very difficult stretch of holes here, 10, 11, and 12. They have combined for only 17 birdies between them. So this is their last good chance.
Well, it's a wonderful chance, but both these lies are slightly on the upslope. Perfect down green, how they mow these fairways towards the green. I mean, no reason not to put both these balls on the surface here. Rai's got 260 yards up the hill, 12. He carries 2 fairway woods, a 15-degree 3-wood and an 18-degree 5-wood. I think with this help on the wind, I think the 5-wood's the play because it gets it elevated, it gets it up into the wind.
See that wind at his back. That pin location is just to the right of our camera tower. You can see there. So trying to slide something in.
Oh, it gets the bounce up onto that ridge, and that'll feed into the middle of the green, and that's a great shot and a good lead for Aaron Rai. You could make that for eagle.
Yeah, I can't believe that bounce here. That was absolutely perfect. A pretty stout little front of the green here to the left and to the right. As we take another look at it, we may be able to see where this one bounces. Check this one out when it lands. Right into the upslope, kicks it forward, and then, like you said, into the heart of the green, and a very makeable look for eagle.
234 up the hill. This is going to be a nice 4-iron for Ludvig. Hoist it.
This will get a little better, but it's going to roll all the way to the back edge. There's a little false back there. Oh, doesn't quite get it.
It's like a fade that didn't fade for Aberg. Can't really fault him on the miss in the back fringe. Trying to get that down in 2 for a bounce back birdie and maybe get within 2 of the lead of Matty Schmid, who has to still play the 8th, that challenging par 3 that we just exited moments ago. Nick Taylor departing that green with the par, as did John Rahm. So they're going to be right behind our group playing that par 5 with a chance to get a little bit closer, or maybe even in Taylor's case, to overtake the top of the board.
I just love that. Look at that. 7 different countries represented on the first page of the leaderboard. It is truly an international championship, this one, the PGA.
We've had 10 straight PGA winners from the United States. And the odds are not in the favor of that happening right now with, as you mentioned, a very diverse front page of the leaderboard. There's the Aaron Rise struggles at one point in time, 5 under par. Back to -3. That drops him all the way to that second page alongside that Kurt Kitayama round of the week, 63 earlier today. Kitayama bouncing back after the 75 yesterday. Taxing walk up the hill here at the 9th. Aaron Rise seeking another birdie. He was actually second in the field this week in birdies made behind Alex Smalley entering today. He had averaged at least 5 birdies per round and getting to this late tee time. Made 2 birdies so far on that front 9, looking to balance out the 3 bogeys that he has made to this point.
Yeah, 5 birdies around this golf course is pretty impressive. Through the first 3 days, it really hasn't given up a lot. You know, coming into the week, there was just so much talk. Everyone was bullish on how many wedge shots were in here and how they would tear this golf course apart. It hasn't been the case as we take a look at our ball plots here at our 9th hole of the day with our featured group, Ludvig Aberg and Aaron Rai. Ludvig at the back of the green, first cut, just nestling up against that thicker primary cut, and Aaron Rai just a great break, pitching into the front of the green here, and now setting up a great look at eagle from just inside 40 feet coming down the hill.
Yeah, got to be careful with the pace, both of these players, but certainly for Ludvig Aberg's case, if you were going to not hit this green, not one of the worst places to leave yourself here to try and get it down in 2.
Now, I always think on a windy day like this, you're always better off as much as you can playing back into the wind, even if you're coming downhill like this. The wind will act like a backboard, so I think it's going to be advantageous for both of these players, and certainly a hole that they cannot think about leaving with less than 4 here. This is a must if they want to raise this Wanamaker later today.
He has been pretty bullish on his long range putts so far today. This one downhill, putting back into a pretty stiff breeze. It's still north of 10 miles an hour, and sometimes when you get a downhill putt back into the breeze, it makes it a little bit more difficult to judge the speed.
There's not a whole heck of a lot of break from where Ludvig is coming from, so that's the good thing. It's just a matter of his north and south game, his distance. That fringe behind him should not have any effect on his backstroke either. Should be plenty of room.
I'll put the blinker on.
Tremendous. Down within a couple of feet there for Ludvig. Well away, some almost 75 feet from the back of the green. Right about here, we thought, oh, maybe it's going to stretch a touch more for him. But that should be pretty easy. Birdie 4 for Ludvig to get things back on track after dropping shots at 7 and 8.
I have to say that ball came off the blade a little bit faster than I thought it would need to, but that wind definitely acted like a buffer on that one. Now, Rise putt's got more left to right in it, and I'm sure he saw what happened with the speed as it got close to the hole. Definitely slowed up a little bit more, but he's got 2 to 3 feet of break left to right here if he wants to think about making this one.
See him aiming out there towards the tip of the shadow of the flagstick.
Look at this. Get them all back, Aaron. Just like that, back to under par for this round. He turns at 5 under par, another eagle at 9, and Aaron Rai re-engaged here on a Sunday.
Let's take a look at that one. We have to. Aiming well out to the left-hand side. You watch this thing track right down the shadow of this flagstick. The biggest of birds here at 9 for Aaron Rai.
7th eagle of the day here at 9. It belongs to Aaron Rai, and back into a share of 2nd with the big bird.
Oh, there's nothing better. Doing that in front of the entire crowd at the back of the 9th, that'll send chills down your spine.
Huge moment for the Englishman, and now Aberg to get within 2 of the top. Even par 35 going out for Ludvig Aberg. Right where he began this final round, 4 under par. He was 2 back to begin this final round. He's still 2 back without the separation. That Justin Thomas 5 under par mark in the house still looking good, although you've got Nick Taylor playing this par 5 behind this group. Matty Schmid trying to survive 8. But we've played 9 holes in this feature group, Colin Swatton, and we still don't know a whole heck of a lot about what the final 2 hours of this championship are going to look like.
It's just incredible to think there are so many opportunities for pretty much 20-odd players here where they could do something late on a Sunday. Thomas, you can see already, he's in the house with that 65 at 5 under. He is going nowhere fast. It is just giving us everything that we expected at Aronimink Golf Course.
And now to the seesaw of the back 9. There's the breeze. You see just 2 holes on this back 9 playing under par, the drivable 13th and the par 5 at 16. But Colin, you have 6 of the 9 hardest holes on the property, including 3 of the top 9 at 10, 11, and 12 coming up as we make the turn to the back.
Yeah, this is a tough stretch of holes I just mentioned or touched on it briefly. 10, 11, and 12 have combined for 17 birdies. This is not a stretch of holes where you can start becoming aggressive. This is where you need to be somewhat conservative through this stretch of holes. Look, hey, if it happens to fall in the front of the hole, that's great, but this is not where you want to go searching for birdies, especially for that man there, Aaron Rai. 1 shot off the lead after an incredible eagle at the previous hole, the par 5 9th.
All right, so now you come to the 10th, which has been one of the hardest holes all week, 3rd hardest today.
Yeah, look at that, 300+ yards to cover those 2 bunkers down the right-hand side. If you can find the fairway and carry it over 285, 290, you'll catch the downslope there, and that'll scoot things forward and put just a short mid wedge in your hand to a back right pin location. But look at it. There is danger fraught everywhere here at the 10th. You can see off to the right-hand side. That'll push it down into that collection area. Long, no good at all. And that is the reason you can see there only 4 birdies have been made here. 18 bogeys, 4 others. 4.30, an incredibly difficult hole. And the natural camber and tilt of this fairway here at the 10th as well makes it even more difficult, but straight back into the teeth of the breeze here, Steve.
Yeah, the farther you hit it, the more that slope comes into play too and can knock the ball into that left rough. Well, the late great amateur Jay Sigel, who's a member here, he always used to play it to the top of the hill to make sure he didn't get it in a spot where the ball would really run into trouble.
4 of 7 fairways today.
Ooh, the sweeper. How about this?
Oh, this thing's going to go. It's going to keep going. Gets that down slope.
He stood on the same tee box at the first to start this round and played a little controlled high baby cut in the middle of the fairway. Comes back to the same tee box 2 hours later and hits a little low rope hook. Okay, Aaron Rai, I see you.
He's in full command, isn't he?
Now, Ludvig has not hit the fairway all week so far here at the 10th.
He's got a higher ball flight, and this is definitely higher. It knocked by the wind a little bit.
Oh, tick that box today. That is perfect.
Gentle fade out there for Ludvig Aberg, but Aaron Rai, you heard Steve Scott say in control of his ball. He was in control of this putt, wasn't he? Down the hill, cutting it left to right. Aaron Rai. Over 100 years since the last English winner of this championship. Could it be heading back to London with Aaron Rai?
Well, I'm down on the front of the 10. Well, I'm down on the front of the 10th green. It's been the hardest hole this week, and we've got one of these maps which helps you read the greens. And this green area and the blue area really is the only part of the putting surface you can put the flags. The rest is too slopey. And we're going to have a look at today's flag, which is on the back right-hand corner. If you look up there, that's basically the flat you've got to land the ball in, otherwise the ball gets tipped off the green. To the left, there's a little running hollow, which is a conservative place to hit it, and most players will, because all the way down the right, there's this steep bank, and over the back, the green also runs away from you, and you've got to be so little out. But out there by the flag, there's about 3 yards wide of flat. The further you go up the green, the narrower it gets. But if you just drift a little bit down this right side here, it doesn't look like it's going to, but it just trickles off the green. And from here, you've got all sorts of things to think about. There's all sorts of options. You could chip it, you could bunt one into the bank, but wherever it is, it's difficult because you've only got that little plateau of green to land it on. Let's have a go. You need a real touch here to get it about right. Up the slope, that's too hard. And over she goes, boof, down the other side. Let's try this one. Better to be long than short. Let's have another go. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Oh, Mavis, yeah, just stopped. Wonderful little area to hit into. It is such a tough hole. Percentage over there, very tricky on the right.
The most amazing thing about all those vignettes, which are incredible, no one better than Ken Brown, is he stops play for it. I mean, he goes out there and says, listen, guys, we're stopping play. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You know what? They probably would, though. I think the players might think about doing it. Two very different paths. Look at those different shot shapes to get to almost the same spot in the fairway.
And 176 remaining for Aaron Rai, hitting that nice little turn and burn down here, down 10, and 177 for Aaron Rai. I would agree with Ken Brown. This is a difficult pin location. It's one I circled this morning as a do not go at, as we just wait for the group in front to clear.
Rory McIlroy tapping in for a par. He was unable, was Rory, to birdie 9 from the middle of the fairway. Hit the longest drive of the day at 9 and could not convert it into a birdie. So Rory is 2 off of the pace, but does survive the 10th. Now can our duo survive 10?
Yeah, I totally agree with you with the difficulty of this whole location, with the wind off the right and hurting the players. I mean, it just doesn't fit anything you want to do here. And interestingly enough, this is the only green site with no greenside bunkers either, but you have some treacherous slopes that really can mess with you if you get too aggressive here. Now Ludvig from the top of the hill, 177, staring right down on it. Plays a couple yards downhill. You're going to have to pick and choose your spots here on the back 9 on Sunday, and this is not one of them.
Well, that was the anti-right swing there for Ludvig Aberg, and there's going to be a lot of foot traffic around that golf ball.
One step closer for Aaron Rai, 176. Can't be more than just a comfortable 7-iron. A little bit on the downslope as well, so which, if anything, it makes it want to shoot just a little bit more to the right. But he too has to play over where Aberg just did. Do not mess with this pin, whatever you do.
Aggressive. And now in a world of hurt.
Wow. You know, when we had a good look there from behind, Aaron Rai was, you know, almost setting up dead at that pin location. I thought he might be trying to, you know, start something at the pin and turn it on that breeze into from the right, but he just hung it out there. And like you said, now going to be a very, very challenging up and down.
Yeah, just that's the big red X, isn't it?
Oh, there's a series of red X's down that right side. Has anybody got up down there from down there?
You'd actually be surprised at how many have gotten it up and down. If you got it all the way to the rough, it's almost impossible. But I would say it's actually 2/3 of the ball. Of the balls that have been down right of the green have gotten it up and down today, even in that spot a little bit short and right of the players today. And again, that's situational. Every player is a little bit different, but it's not one of those situations that you're just staring at it saying everybody that finds their way down here makes 5 or 6. So certainly doable for Rai, who will, I'm imagining, take relief from that drain that's right next to his golf ball and go from there.
Yeah, I would imagine this would be made a little bit easier, staying well short of this pin location, because now he'll have a little bit more green to work with, pitching it back to it. I think the further you get it up there, you know, we saw with Ken Brown, it just becomes more and more difficult. So I'm sure they were looking to try and get something 25, 35 feet away from the pin down in that valley where Ludvig was, but you can see calling in referee.
That is Dave McAtee, who's the chair of the PGA Rules Committee, who's been walking with this group all day long. Should add, McAtee. The first tee announcer was Nathan Charnes, both McAtee and Charnes, natives of Evansville, Indiana, and knew each other growing up and still friends to this day. Shout out to all my fellow Hoosiers out there.
This is very interesting right here, because this ball is not on the sprinkler, but I guess his stance is going to be affected by it. It's kind of a irregular sort of spot right around that sprinkler there, and this is going to be a good break, actually. It's still not going to make the shot any easier, but it'll turn it in from a 9.9 difficulty to 9.8, let's say.
there's a spot down there. You're looking at where all the bogeys and birdies have come from. I mentioned that there's more pars from down on this spot than there have been bogeys, but where Rai finds himself dealing with that slope.
Oh, there's a good look at exactly what he's going to be dealing with. You can see the fall off to the right-hand side of that pin location. There's another one to the back side of that pin location as well.
Most likely he's going to have to play a bump and run off this slope, and it's not only angled towards him severely where he's walking up right now, it's kicking it to the right as well. The lie is very tight down there. If he decides to hit a lofted wedge, it's going to have a lot of spin. You've got the fall off behind the hole location as well. So I mean, this is like trying to hit a chip shot on the top of a hood of a Volkswagen here. That's just so small. You have no room to work with.
Steve, do you think he can land this on the green and get it to check? Or do you think he's going to have to bump it into that slope?
I really think bumping it into the slope is the only play here.
What about that sprinkler? We see there's a sprinkler between just about a yard short of the surface. Is that going to be any issue for him here?
I think he's going to land it close to that. Let's see what he's going to do here. Let's see. I mean, this is going to tell a lot about what his nerve is like right now. What he decides. He looks like he's got a lofted wedge. Looks like he's going to go skyward. His eyes looking low. He's going to bump this.
Go, go, go. Now go mark it.
Wow, he actually clipped it too good in the end. Nerves of steel off that super tight lie, slightly on the downslope, no room to work with. Like, look at this, folks. He will not move a blade of grass through there. Wow. That is impressive. Nice little sort of sawn off finish.
Yeah, really dug in fast, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the ability to be able to keep the speed of the wedge through the ball to create enough friction to give it the spin.
Outside potential of getting this one to go. There's not a ton of break to it, but it's just up the hill. It's hard to get it there.
A pretty easy walk down the 10th, though, for Aberg. Played the hole exactly how you should. Massive moment and putt here for Aaron Rai. You've got that eagle momentum coming off of 9. You're one shot out of the lead. Matty Schmidt is not making life easy for himself coming up the par 5 9th. So this could keep you engaged at the top of the board. Remember that eagle coming off of a couple of bogeys on that front 9. Trying to minimize damage on what is going to be a highly consequential final 9 holes in the career of Aaron Rai.
Yeah, and this is a tough putt to read only because you're always looking for the low point out here. But this 10th green is the low point. So you've just got to, hopefully you've done your homework in your practice rounds. You know this move to the left just a little bit.
Told you it was easy to make par from down there, partner.
Wow, nerves of steel on the pitch shot. Nerves of steel on the putt.
File that one away in the memory bank if he's in the mix, walking down 18 in about 2 hours from right now.
I gotta say, Aaron Rai's demeanor has not changed. I mean, even after making that eagle back there was no fist pumps. There was no big smiles. It was all business. Just like there, that was a huge up and down.
Oh my. That was a 3-footer. An even 3 feet. I said he did everything right on the hole. He forgot to take care of the one thing that was the easiest, and that was tapping in a dead straight putt. Gives it right back after the birdie at 9. And Aberg, some real frustration shown there. And getting himself out of position now with 8 holes to go. From the bad to the good, though, and this shot that was a par saver for Aaron Rai. And maybe an inch or two away from going right back to his feet, but then Colin steps up, buries this little right to lefter.
Well, Steve Scott said it best, just nerves of steel. He's staying in his moment. He's staying in his own world. He's not getting ahead of himself. As we take a look at the 11th, playing 413 yards today. Sea of sand down the right-hand side, also down the left-hand side. Once you find the fairway, though, it is not over. This is a difficult green complex and is tested all this week. Pin position, 13 paces on, 4 off the right-hand side. It's in a similar location to what it was in round 2, where it only yielded 9 birdies for the entire field, played as the 5th most difficult hole. Today, only 8 birdies have been made here, and it is playing as the 6th most difficult hole. Tough stretch here, Steve.
Yeah, you stand on this tee, though. This fairway is very generous. It sits some 40 yards wide, and for a guy who hits it straight as you can point, there should be no issue hitting this fairway, especially with a little wind off the right, which is always comfortable for the right-hander.
Well, now the question is, what shot shape does he choose here? We've seen the hold-off cut. We've seen the low bullet draw. But the low bullet straight ball. How much curve was in the air on that one, Carl? A foot? Maybe 2?
Not a lot. 59 foot of apex. Half of what the PGA Tour averages for apex.
Don't you guys find it ironic? We talk a lot about optimal launch angles and getting the ball up, but when the pressure is on the line, when the golf tournament is in the balance, players bring the ball down. They hit it low.
Well, he's playing golf at the moment. He's not playing swing.
That's a great line. What a good line.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Hope we're recording that one.
Now Ludvig, he has got to shake that bogey putt off there and get to business right away.
That one had a little extra in it, Steve. 184 miles an hour of ball speed that lands past the ball of Aaron Rai, and he'll be second to bat up the slope. But Rai, what a huge save at 10. Matty Schmid does not birdie the 9th. It is a wide range of golfers in the mix. Anybody's ball game on the back 9 now at the PGA.
I'm on the 11th green here, and what a tigerist pin position it is as well. Right on the top of the ridge on the right-hand side. But let's go and have a quick look at the problematical shot. Breeze helping, and the wind has just freshened in the last 20 minutes or so. If you come up short of the flag, you know it's only got one destination. They wouldn't have had to practice this. This just keeps running, way down to the front. You could leave yourself 40 yards. But if you just drift a little bit to the right here, let's see where this goes. Pitch in the bank, down it comes. Let's go and see where this ends up. And look at that. Now come and have a look at your face from here. Down here, not a very good lie, big slope, hardly any green to land the ball, and it is very tricky. In fact, there's a sprinkler head in your way as well to make life difficult. Let's have a look at the pin position, shall we? It says it's 13 on, 8 from the right, but actually really isn't, because we're cut on this right side. It's about 8 yards to land it on. And with the breeze behind, it does help you to a certain extent if you find the fairway, because the ball isn't going to back up, it's going to skid forward. So it'll help you keep the ball on the green, but you're more than likely to go a little bit long, and this green's a bit firmer than it was yesterday. Whoops, let's go to the back of the green, hit a putt from back here. You'll see from here, you're downhill, it's obvious. And I've hit a couple of putts, and both times it deceived me. Not much break. You know it's downhill. Bit out of breath. Give it a nudge. And just as the hole side actually slows up a fraction, I think it just levels out. So you might see 1 or 2 players from back there leave the ball short. Tricky pin position. If you find the fairway, you can sort of ease it in from the left out of the rough. Don't hit your approach down the right. Heavens above.
Oh, he's a beaut. This hole certainly softened a bit since we saw it early in the week. We haven't seen anybody spin a ball off of the green. If you miss it short, it's not going to climb up. It's going to certainly come back down the slope, but a little easier than what the players were facing in the practice rounds earlier in the week. Aaron Rai and Ludvig Aberg in good positions here, Colin, to try to attack.
Yeah, they've done what they've had to do here, is to get it in the fairway here at the 11th. Trying to attack this pin location out of the rough is just a no-go. It is an uphill second here. Can't see the bottom third of the flagstick, as you can see. Wind down and off the right-hand side. You have to play left of this flagstick. You can spin it back down towards this flagstick, but you must bring your ball in from the left.
Well, Aaron Rai's got 94 yards, playing 8 yards up the hill right here. You better shape this ball properly. The wind is strong off the right, directly to his left. Great hole location given the wind direction today. Imagine this would just be a perfect sand wedge here for Aaron. One good hop, and I don't think it's going to spin back dramatically here with the firmness of these greens right now.
What a jam. That's going to be one of the best of the day. We saw Justin Thomas, who's in the clubhouse at -5, have a better angle and hit it about that close. That was proof right there that when Ryan needs a high spin shot, he's got it in the bag.
All right, time for Ludvig to do a carbon copy of that one right there. This from 80. This will have a little bit more spin with his lob wedge. Didn't spin at all.
Too close there, Colin?
Yeah, it might have been a touch too close there. Also, we saw a huge divot come up. He might not have clipped that just how he wanted, but talking about clipping it, absolutely perfect. We saw a beautiful shot in there within 5 feet at the first hole from 112. That one there for Aaron Rai from 94 yards. Absolutely gorgeous. Look where he's doing. He's aiming it just left of the flagstick there. Stays down beautifully through it. That ensures good contact. And that thing was dancing around the fiberglass.
One of the best, third best of the day from Aaron Rai, who is 9th in the field this week in strokes gained approach. So you're talking about this elite field for a player who's always been so good off the tee, prioritizes fairways long enough to be up there, but You look at Aaron Rye's sort of rise to being a world-class player the last couple of years. He was 7th on approach on the PGA Tour 2 years ago when he broke through and won the Wyndham Championship. 21st last year, 48th this year for Aaron Rye. Just wonderful precision from the Englishman.
When you start looking at certain holes, cherry-picking moments, Aaron Rye 2 under on this hole. He's at every fairway, every green. His average approach shot has been 90 yards. That one there, 94. So what a moment to stand up and hit just a gorgeous little wedge. Ludvig just going through his process, reading the greens. Likes to employ a method, aim point, where he's trying to feel the slope in the greens. He does it his way. Joe does it his way. Joe Skovron, of course, he's caddy. Long-time caddy for Ricky Fowler. Short stint there with Tom Kim. But I'm sure when the call was made, looking for a caddy, it was a pretty easy decision to make.
Well, as they're liable to do on a Sunday afternoon late, the gallery, as I walked by them, they said everybody's missing this putt more on the right. They think it's actually going to break to the left. It actually falls just a hair to the right. So I'm going to blame this on Mark in the gallery if it doesn't go in.
Aberg talked about after his round yesterday, this is a golf course where he said there's, quote, not a whole lot you can do in relation to trying to separate yourself to try and make a big push, make a big move. But here you are, 8 holes to go in your championship. You're 3 off the lead. You're likely looking at 3 back of the guy you're playing alongside. These are the ones where you just kind of have to bear down and figure out a way to get this 20-footer in the hole. Gotta hit it.
I thought with about 4 or 5 feet to go it was going to get there. Tries up a touch short. But all in all, on a difficult hole, the 11th, only giving up 8 birdies all day, playing as the 6th most difficult. A 4 doesn't hurt you. As we take another look at this, this took an eternity to get to the hole.
All right, Matty Schmidt is in a bit of trouble back at 10. The leader at 6 under par. He drove it into the heavy rough left. So his path to par is going to be difficult. For the moment, this is a putt to tie for the lead. But in a matter of moments, could be for the outright lead for Aaron Rye.
And what an exquisite shot he played here. I mean, very aggressive, given the wind direction and the situation. Just a beautiful wedge player. You got to pay this one off, but it is touchy.
In his 13th major start, Aaron Rye leads on the back 9 of the 2026 PGA Championship. And he looks the part right now with 7 very important golf holes in front of him. Aaron Rye, an eagle, an all-world up and down, and then a perfectly played 11th to get to the top of the board with Matty Schmidt. He climbs up the hill, and we go to 12.
Well, this is the 11th. We saw what happened there, but
it was so good for Aaron Rye. We're showing it to you again. He hit it down that fairway, guys, and then he hopped it up over there, and he made the little putt coming down. It was beautiful. And now he's staring down the 12th.
And there it is. The 12th. It's got a couple of bunkers down the right-hand side.
Take 2.
They will not be in the picture today. 253, 300 to the start of the cluster of 3 bunkers down the right-hand side. That's what you're going to have to stay short of. If you elect to try and pinch a little bit more off the tee there, it does narrow in less than 20 yards between the left edge of the bunker and the left edge of the fairway. Difficult pin location all the way in the back left portion up on that shelf. You can see only 5 birdies. We talked about the tough stretch of holes 10, 11, and 12. Aaron Rai picking up a birdie at the difficult 11th. Just 1. 9 birdies made there.
Located on this back shelf of the green. Cannot afford to go deep, though. You have 8 yards behind the hole.
It's about 6-7 yards short and left of this pin location to try and squeeze it in.
Love the flight of this. Sit, sit. All right, shouldn't be too upset with that one, and you can maybe chalk it up a little bit to some adrenaline, but anybody that's trickled into that closely mown area over the back of the green have gotten it up and down so far today.
It's going to be difficult also too for that man. He does hit the ball a little bit lower than most on PGA Tour, and sometimes you just hit it a touch low. You don't get as affected by the breeze, but as you can see there, plenty of green to work with. He may even putt that one from there. These collars, surrounds, absolutely gorgeous as we take another look. Watch this one as he comes through. Look at the left elbow here as he comes through. See how it bends? Just buckles a little bit. That helps to maintain face rotation through the ball. And he hits it incredibly straight, nice and stable. Not a lot of movement in either direction.
It appears that he feels comfortable with those low trajectory shots. The few times that there's been maybe a pressure sort of swing over the last hour, flighting it and drawing. Is there something within the movement to hit that shot that is more controllable? Is it about player comfort? What do you see from what we've seen from Aaron Rai when he's had to hit, you know, a couple of big shots here in the last hour or so under the gun?
Yeah, I think Steve mentioned it best a couple of holes ago. He says most guys, when they get in a situation of pressure, they go low. They feel that a ball lower has more control than a ball up in the air, and I would certainly agree with that, especially on a windy day. Still, the breeze here coming out of that sort of west-northwest at around about 10 to 15 miles an hour. It's enough to have your attention and create difficulty on picking the right club, picking the right window to flight to move your ball on, and at the moment he's doing an incredible job with it. I think, you know, the play was to probably get it back there as far as you can. I don't know if they were looking to hit it over the back of the green, but certainly to at least stay left of this pin and challenge it somewhat. And we've seen this often, Steve. You know, he gets to his ball, puts the hands behind the back, takes his time to think about the lie, gauge the lie, and then he goes and looks at the shot he wants to hit. He allows almost the lie to determine the shot that he wants to play or the shot that needs to be played.
Yeah, I think that's the order of business. Really, you're trying to judge the shot properly. It's all lie dependent, and he can pretty much do anything he wants from back there. I would imagine he'd probably putt that ball. But Ludvig up first, going to climb the hill. It will work to his left in the last third of the putt. A little slow, though. That's got to get moving.
Oh, my goodness. He's come up well short. He's been extremely aggressive with the longer range putts all day. And at a moment where he needed to be somewhat aggressive, he comes up well short. That's well outside 10 feet, I believe.
If that doesn't go in, the chances of Ludvig Aberg winning this championship are pretty slim at that point in time. He'd be 3 off of the clubhouse lead. The clubhouse lead, by the way, that's looking better and better. Cameron Smith did not make birdie over at 16. He's the nearest pursuer to that. So, again, Aaron Rai, he's got some company with him, but you know, get this one up and down. You got a drivable par 4 coming up. You could give yourself, dare I say it, some insurance on this back 9.
He's gone to the lofted club here, which really shows you where his nerve. You saw that back at 10 with that beautiful little pitch to that back right hole location, but this is kind of one of those, it's got a makeable look to it.
Just maybe a little groove low on that one there for Aaron.
You surprised there wasn't less loft or maybe even the putter from back there?
It looked like a pretty easy putt, but he must have been very comfortable with what he saw and comfortable with his touch. So you have to go with his judgment there.
Yeah, just a 2 of 5 in scrambling so far on the day. Most of those, I should say, have been nasty ones from out of the thicker rough. This one here off the fairway cut, just pitching it into the uphill at the back of the green here at the 12th, and still some work to go.
And there is a scoreboard just left of this green, and he's glancing it in their direction over there, and I think he can see where he stands right now. But it might be good to just look down and stay in your own process at this point.
Yeah.
You know, looking at the leaderboard it's good and it's bad, right? If you let it affect you in a bad way, if it can kind of surprise you, then get your adrenaline going. But a lot of people choose not to look. One of these must makes, like you just said right here. This has got to go in right to left. Keep the pace up.
Beautifully done there for Ludvig. If he is to have any hope, that needed to go down. And then there's a big sigh of relief there too on his face. As we take another look at this one, curve coming in from right to left. This stretch of holes, the drivable par 4 13th. 14th, the par 3 has played a little easier today. 15, of course, extremely long par 4, and then 16, the par 5, a crucial series of holes that may play a big role in the outcome today.
Made a short putt for birdie at 11 to tie for the lead. And now a hole later has a similar length putt to maintain the outright lead.
Yeah, the hole starts to shrink up when you get closer to the clubhouse here on Championship Sunday. But he's won big championships before, but nothing like this.
Set that thing up dead straight, and it went dead straight. It took a little doubled breaking journey to get there, but Aaron Rai safely in. And now a real opportunity coming up at 13 to separate with a drivable tees up par 4.
299 yards today. Did play 292 yesterday. Pin location was slightly different. Over on the right portion. This one is a more challenging pin location than what we saw yesterday. This pin location up on that top shelf makes it incredibly difficult to get it close to. You can see there we've had 17 birdies today. 9 bogeys, 3 others underneath it. And our leader, Aaron Rai, nerves of steel. Beautiful par save up at the 12th.
wild Sunday. We talked about that record number, 30 players 5 back or better entering this final round. The lead was 6 under par at the beginning of the day, 6 under by Alex Smalley. Aaron Rai now holds lead at 6 under par. There are only 26 players 5 back or better. The lead has not grown, and yet we've had more players tumble from behind than we have rise. The biggest riser is Justin Thomas, who finished his final round 2+ hours ago, tied for second at -5, and here he still sits, tied for second at -5. Could that wildly be enough, maybe for a playoff? And again, it's an aggregate score playoff, one that Justin Thomas knows all too well, having won one in 2022, one of his 2 PGAs. But there are plenty of big names still lurking on this board. But the man of the moment is Aaron Rai, who is waiting his turn to hit his tee ball at 13. And the last thing Rai needs is any delay in front of him to just sit there and think, but he's so good at compartmentalizing one shot at a time. But the group in front of him, Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele, they each dropped a shot. They made bogey here at this 13th hole, driving it into spots that they could not manage. So it is no guarantee standing on 13 you're going to walk off of this green with a birdie, let alone a par.
Oh, this is an extremely challenging pin location. When I saw it this morning, I thought it's almost an awkward yardage for a lot of the players in the field. Yesterday, we saw a pin location over on the right-hand portion. It yielded 2 eagles and 36 bogeys. Today, to that point, we've only seen 17 birdies. We have not had an eagle, and so much of that is driven because the pin is located up on that top shelf. It's 264 yards to the front of this green. You have to be so precise with where you leave it, and you need to make the decision on where to leave it before you even pick your club.
You'd love to shape a little right to left as well. You got wind off the left, and it looks like when it hits the ground, it's going to kick it a little right too. So if you could fashion about a 3-yard draw up there, it would be ideal.
This seems like a lot of club driver here for Aaron Rai. There is out of bounds to the left of this green complex here at the 13th.
Driving the bullet right up the throat. Does it hang in there? No, just going to kick into the very left part of that front greenside bunker.
That is going to leave a very, very long bunker shot. We saw Justin Thomas in our earlier featured group this morning, similar situation to that. Managed to just creep it up onto the top of the tier.
You got to give him an A for effort, though. That was like a little bunt driver when the adrenaline is pumping its hardest. Probably would have loved to see a nice hard 3-wood in that point. And Ludvig, I'm sure, has the 3-wood. High draw would be perfect here.
They like it. And that is just going to miss, creeping on the front edge. You'd have to say probably a must up and down now for Ludvig Aberg to take advantage of this 13th. He's still smiling. Mentioned Aaron Rai, 13th major start. He's never had a top 10 in a major. How weird that his best finish is T19. He's had it 3 times. You know how hard it is to tie for 19th, including last year. But I think the trend is right there on that board. You're talking about 13 major starts, and you have 3 of the best of them in the last 2 seasons, when Aaron Rai has just been that player, just steady rise through his 20s, now into his early 30s, becoming a better and better golfer, more comfortable, more well-rounded, 3-time winner on the DP World Tour. And another look at the bunt flighted driver here.
Yeah, you can see there with the right shoulder, he stayed down a little bit longer, really controlled the angle of attack on that driver, and that's how he flights at some 50 feet in the air. Got that one chasing up into that greenside trap right. It's no bargain from there.
No, in fact, that was the spot. I mentioned that Xander Schauffele made bogey from down there. He was more to the right of that bunker, hit it over the back of the green, and then couldn't get his third onto the putting surface, ended up dropping a shot. But that was the only player to drop a shot after driving it into that bunker. But far more pars from down there than we've seen birdies. We saw it earlier with Justin Thomas. Colin, it's just, there's so much slope to come up that unless you want to flirt with doing what Xander did and going over the back of the green, really hard to get it anywhere close.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is the decision is to be made. It's like, okay, the professional miss, if there was one, would be to hit it a little bit heavy. You can see there the ball plot, 266 to drive, 39 yards to the pin there. But the slope, more importantly, you can see it there just short of the flagstick there. That is the top shelf. So the decision is, and that was the decision that probably Xander Schauffele made, which is, okay, I'm going to try and fly it up by the pin. If you do, you catch it a groove low, it's over the back of the green, and that is not where you want to be. So I would imagine he's thinking to himself when he gets up here and takes a look at that lie, what are my options, and then what is the correct decision to make?
Well, it's kind of a shot where you'd want to take your lob wedge because you're so close to the lip, but you really need your sand wedge or even your gap wedge to hit it the distance that's required. So just like you said, I think it's a very easy shot to kind of dump 25 feet short and play a little cautious here.
Well, he's doing what he has to do. Two things he's doing here right now. He's taking his time, collect his thoughts, but he's also too walking up on top of that shelf to get a feel for the texture, the firmness of the green, and also to try and create a visual landing spot for him.
It's a nice clean lie off the upslope, but man, it's super easy to hit it an inch or two heavy.
And it's also super easy to hit it a groove low here and fire this one straight over the back. You can see it almost looks like that pin is not on the green. There is just a little bit of a ripple at the back left of this green too. If it's got too much speed, it'll run off the green down towards the 14th tee.
Last time he was in a greenside bunker was back at the par 3 8th, and that one came out almost top spinning and did not hold the green.
Playing this with a little straighter face. I like that. It's going to help it trundle forward.
Takes it up top and sits it. Get out of here with this stuff. Aaron Rai still not scared.
Wow. I thought the chip shot he hit from the right of the 10th green showed nerves of steel. But look at this one, folks. We're thinking he's going to do what he needs to do, which is pitch it into the upslope, let it trundle up on top. But no, Aaron Rai, full of confidence, full of trust and belief in his own game and in himself, throws that one straight up on the top shelf within 10 feet. Wow.
Shades of another Englishman's bunker shot a few weeks ago. Remember when Matt Fitzpatrick won the team event in New Orleans with his brother Alex? That bunker shot, albeit a little bit longer and a little bit saucier, but still to have the guts in that moment to pull off that shot. Wow.
All gas, no brakes right now for Aaron Rai. Now Ludvig, this ball's going to kick to his right. This is no bargain either to get it up there in good birdie range here. Kicks right, a little down, and then back up at the end.
Oh, does he give it enough?
Not a terrible leave for Aberg, but if Rai were to make that, you'd have no gain with Aaron Rai. Another look, slow-mo at what he had to do here, Colin, to execute this shot.
Well, he played it with a straighter face too, which I thought was perfect. You heard Steve Scott say it's very difficult. Long bunker shot, most lofted wedge. Threw it right up on top there, and you can see he doesn't have much more than what appears to be 7 or 8 feet. In fact, ShotLink's got that at 7. There are moments in a championship round late on Sunday that you have to trust, you have to believe, and you have to commit, and that was one there for Aaron Rai. Not the easiest of bunker shots at all.
I'm still kind of stunned by that. What a shot. It doesn't matter who the player is. You could be Scotty Scheffler, who sometimes looks like he has no nerves in the golf course, but you get to the back nine on Sunday to try and win a major, and you start to think a little bit. It can affect the type of shot you play. Do you become more conservative? And for Rai in that moment to execute that shot, having never really been in this moment before, is, again, a long way to go to the finish line, but still so impressive. And Aberg, having seen that, knows that this probably has to drop.
Yeah, good position right here, pretty much straight up the hill.
Still with the chance for the moment within 2.
Oh, this was a must-make here for Ludvig. With Aaron Rai's birdie putt still to come, but he is hanging in there for sure. It is never over until it's over. But certainly now, Aaron Rai from inside 7 feet can create just a little more separation.
And my eye has this just a little left to right here. But that bunker shot was all world. If he could pay this one off, could be the defining moment here today.
The 39-footer for eagle at 9, a 10-footer to save par at 10. A couple of nicely holed 4 and 5 footers at 11 and 12. He's already made 100 feet worth of putts today, and this to grab a 2-shot lead.
As the blimp comes just overhead of this 13th hole here, maybe backed him off a little bit.
But doesn't back off his nerve. Aaron Rai steps up and hits a couple of gems here on the back nine, and his little spinny, clippy bunker shot leads to a birdie, and we have a man at 7 under here in this final round. It's Aaron Rai.
Oh, this is worth 1,000 looks. And how's this? The putt to create a 2-shot cushion.
Top 15 of this leaderboard has Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler, Patrick Reed, Ludvig Aberg, Rory McIlroy, Jon Rahm, Justin Thomas, all in it, but they're all looking up at Aaron Rai as he has a 2-shot lead heading over to the first of the 2 back 9 par 3s. And he'll get to fire a tee shot, now leading Thomas, Rahm, and Schmid by 2 as you take a look at the 14th.
And it has played as long as 220 yards in round 1. Today, just 206 yards, but it doesn't make it any easier. This pin location, like so many today, have been up on the top shelf, making it incredibly difficult to get the ball close. You can see there just 8 birdies have been made, but 13 bogeys or worse to a very, very challenging pin location.
One of those 9 birdies was Rory McIlroy in the group before just a moment ago, bounced back to 4 under par. But he is 3 back of the man of the moment, Aaron Rai. Can he deliver another timeless shot here on the back 9?
Correct, yes.
A little bit of wind left to right. Not really helping or hurting here. Very similar hole location to what they saw on day 1 on that top shelf in the back. Very tough location here. Good stock shot would be nice, 25 feet short of the hole.
That'll kick forward down into that little valley, the collection area just to the right of the pin there. Good disciplined tee shot there for Aaron Rai. You mentioned it, the similar pin location in round one. It only yielded 6 birdies. Played as the 3rd most difficult hole for the day today. Just 9 birdies have been made here at the 14th. I've got the sense that this man with a slightly higher ball flight, choosing a more lofted club, might go hunting here, Steve.
Yeah, he really doesn't have any choice. He's seeing what he has to do right here in front of him. He knows the guy he's got to beat. This is up into the stratosphere, just falling right.
That's the go sit.
Hits on a downslope, and even with that high apex, catapults into a bird's nest behind the green. And that will be a challenge to try and save par. Aaron Rai, all the tricks of the trade today. Eagles, spinny pitches, nerves of steel, a 2-shot lead on the back nine. Aaron Rai trying to end a century-long drought of Englishmen who have not been able to win this PGA Championship. Was 3 shots off of the lead when he teed off on the 9th hole. And Colin Swatton, this awoke the beast. Bingo. That's the eagle. Turned in 5 under par. He was still a shot back. Missed the green at 10. And then you want to know if there's any nerves going on? How about sliding the wedge right underneath it? You say, well, that's not a great shot. Well, it was a hard shot that spun, had to make this 10-footer to avoid falling back to -4. Drano piped the drive on 11 right after that save, and then this from 94.
When he needed control of the wedge, control of the spin, he did both.
Kicked that one in for a birdie to get to 6 under par. Just a easy little downhiller. And all of a sudden, Aaron Rai was a co-leader of this golf tournament. He would be the outright leader after a par at 12, and then this, we're thinking, oh, chunk and run, can he get it to the back level? Unfazed. Hits that to 7 feet, poured it in for birdie, and for the first time today, we have a player with a 2-shot lead. It's Aaron Rai, and he's the only player now to have made 5 birdies or better in all 4 rounds this week.
What that makes that even more impressive is the conditions that they've had to battle all week. You know, we've had cold conditions, less than 50 degrees. We've had high winds, gusts in excess of 25 miles an hour. Impressive stuff.
Oh, this lie from Aberg here, not good. He's got a big clump of bluegrass rough right behind his ball. Getting the right distance here will be problematic.
Bye-bye.
Gosh, that thing looked like it came out like it was fired from a cannon. It's amazing how just the different textures of grasses, and Steve Scott has mentioned that there's a variety of grasses sort of growing here. Look at that clump right behind the ball there. Watch this just squeeze out right. And then it just took off with no spin.
I got to tell you what, the members here at Aronimink will be very happy come tomorrow or Tuesday for them to get the mowers out and cut this rough, because it is just growing by the second out here. It is so strong and so lush this time of year. Best players in the world are really having fits with it.
Steve, I don't even know if they cut it down to 1.5 inches, I'd still want to play out of it. It's so dense at the bottom where the roots are.
You'd want to play anywhere, just like I would.
That's true. I'm ready to play some golf. I'm inspired watching Aaron Rai play, and this is the ultimate heat check here at 14.
Well, up the hill, this one, he can give this one a little bit of pace. This is not too far away from where Rory McIlroy just made the birdie putt from, so this one could scare the hole here.
Looked like it started immediately left for Rai, but the pace was really good, and we were having the conversation off air in the break. You've got John Rahm trying to get it up and down for birdie behind at 13. He's 2 off of the lead. Matty Schmidt is just 2 off of the lead. If you play even par golf the rest of the way, if you're Aaron Rai, is that good enough, Colin?
He would have to do that, and possibly, you know, it's hard. John Rahm, it'll be interesting to see if he can get it up and down from the back of the green there at 13, put maybe a little bit of pressure on him. Some really, really good stretches of holes, as I said, you know, that run 13 through. But I think 15 is going to be a pivotal hole. I think 16 is a must-make birdie. If you get through 16 and you're not able to capitalize on it, who knows what could happen from behind. But I think at the moment, Aaron Rai has his destiny in his own hands, and he has to play the golf course that is in front of him.
A lot of deep breaths required at this stage of the game. No question about that. And basically, Ludvig Aberg, he's got to run the tables here with this one and 4 more to go, being 3 shots behind. Just working back down the hill a little bit here. Hold a couple nice putts in the last 2 holes, though.
Well, time is now no longer on Aberg's side, and he's still sort of chuckling at the bad breaks. But remember how good things were going for Aberg in this round of golf. Standing in the middle of the 7th fairway with a wedge in his hand, flipped it left. That was the beginning of 2 bogeys in a row, and just really hasn't been the same golfer since, as that'll be his 4th bogey, offset by 2 birdies in this stretch that has taken him. I mean, look, crazy things have happened, but let's be pretty honest, Ludvig Aberg's kind of out of contention now.
Well, it's a tough stretch of holes. Like 15, 17, and 18 have combined for -16 only. So birdies, slim picking. There has been an eagle at the par 5, 16 and 34 birdies. So I believe that would be his last realistic chance to try and make something happen, as we watch Aaron Rai try and tidy this up. Stay our leader at -7.
Four holes to go, and Rai leads by 2. It does include a par 5 coming up at 16. That is one of the easiest holes on the property. But before you can get to that 16th hole, you got to man up and survive 15.
Yeah, and so much of this has to do with the tee shot. You can see those series of 3 bunkers start at 300 yards. It will play with the wind off the right and down, helping, and to a fairway that tilts from right to left is going to be difficult find the short grass, but if you can, you'll be rewarded with a pin location. 10 paces on, 7 off the left. You can see it there right on the front of the green. It's been slim pickings here for birdies. We've only seen 7 of them today on a very, very challenging par 4 at 527 yards. And it's hard to believe that 527 yards, Will, is the shortest that this hole has played all week. Was tipped out earlier in the week at 551. Almost plays as long as the hole that runs in the opposite direction, the par 5 16th.
Nothing but pars this week for Aaron Rai. Yesterday, he actually drove it errantly, laid up, and hit a 93-yard third shot to inside of 2 feet to save his par. He's been driving it so beautifully in terms of straight off of the tee. That's not necessarily the concern as much, Colin, for Aaron Rai. It's just this is a really big hole for one of the shorter hitters, respectively, in the field.
Yeah, the little reprieve, if you could, you need one if you're Aaron Rai, is that there is the ability to run the ball onto this green. There is no bunkers in front in the neck of this green. So if he either finds the rough or if he is left with a long shot in with his ball flight being a little lower, he can try and bounce something on to the front of this green and get away with it if need be. But you can see he is in no hurry. Very deliberate in the way he goes about figuring out the way that he needs to play the hole, and I believe he's going to shake the driver off here. So Jason Timmons is trying to let him hit. He actually said, I don't believe that was the right club. I think I could run out into that bunker. Is there enough wind for Aaron, you think, to find the first of the traps down there at the right side at 300?
Yeah, no, I mean, this might be about 315 to the bunkers, but the shorter he hits it, the wider it is. I actually don't mind this play because if he puts it in the fairway, hole is in a good spot. You can run the ball up here. You know, I mean, you got 47 yards of width if you keep it short of those bunkers. I think that's the percentage play here. I really do for him.
Straight off the right there.
The thing that I love about that is he took the time. He is in a great mindset here. He is not in front of himself. He's not getting ahead of himself. He's playing this one shot at a time, and that may sound cliche, but that's what he needs to do right now.
Yeah, I think he's thinking very clearly right now, Colin.
Trying to take something down that left side with a little bit of fade to neutral out the natural tilt from right to left, and that is #1 objective here at the difficult par 4 15th. Get it in the short grass. It'll be a longer second, but you can see by those flags that it'll be a helping breeze for Aaron Rai.
But he's in play. I mean, it's almost like an Open Championship where you're just trying to make sure you put it in play, avoid the bunkers. You know you can get a lot of run out on these fairways. That ball was out there a good 305 anyway with the fairway wood.
It covers the bunkers, but not the rough for Aberg. He's going to have to extract himself from a nasty lie up there, you would imagine. Aaron Rai in full control every swing. And even the patience with a 2-shot lead and not force driver down 15. Could Rai get this across the line and hoist the Wanamaker?
It's going to run out still. Probably line, It just opens up the right hand side, doesn't it, James?
Aaron Rai, the top of the leaderboard, 2-shot cushion over Justin Thomas, who is in the house with a sensational 65 today. Finished over 2.5 hours earlier and a fast-charging John Rahm. Matty Schmidt also holding in, and Rory McIlroy and Cameron Smith at 4 under already in the house. But he has looked in control from the beginning. You can see a birdie there at the first hole out of the blocks. A little birdie bogey run, but it was the eagle that got him started on this charge late on a Sunday at the 108th PGA Championship. Aaron Rai, when he has been asked to step up to the moment, he has been able to do it. Looking very poised, very much in control. And control he was. Good decision to take less than driver here for Aaron Rai off the long par 4, playing 527 yards today. You can see 293-yard 3-wood. Yeah, that'll leave him 234 yards to the pin. Ludvig Aberg challenging the right side there, but unable to find the short grass. He is deliberate, he is calculating, and he is poised at the moment.
What a mature play that was off the tee. I mean, shaking off the driver and saying, you know what, I'm going to hit 3-wood. I want to put this ball in play.
Think of this, if it pitches a little deep, it's going to come out a little bit higher.
The belief in his man, Jason Timmons.
Feel like
5 irons, feel like 5 irons, so together, Jess. It's going to go. Yeah, exactly.
Well, he had a lofted metal out for a little bit, but the conversation appears to be 5 iron. He's 234 yards with a helping breeze here, Steve.
Yeah, ball a little above his feet, which should shape the ball nicely into this left hole location. I mean, you got to think he is all sorts of pumped up with adrenaline right now. He's got a 5 hybrid. That's probably the one he put back in the bag. I like this 5 iron here. You got a little help off the right. The ball will chase up on that green. 224 to the front edge here.
Well, it creeps it onto the front edge of the green there for Aaron Rai.
Going to be a topsy-turvy little putt, but how about Aaron Rai's patience and commitment to 2 shots he believed in to get himself on the green here at the difficult 15th. Now Aberg.
208 to the hole. Got a little bit of a jumpy lie on this right side.
And that'll probably jump all the way to the back of the green.
Yeah, you get that much grass caught between the club face and the grooves. Means no spin, and that is a long birdie putt for Ludvig Aberg.
All right, so back to this hole for Aaron Rai. The conversation, Colin, between the hybrid and the 5 iron just steps up and hits a big old go and draw with the wind. And the leave, right? All of the calculations that went into what he wanted to do to execute a shot that keeps him out of the most amount of trouble.
Well, I think the decision was like the 5 hybrid, he would have had to try and fade it in. He would have had to try and take a little bit off that, maybe get a little bit too cute with it. Whereas here with the 5 iron, he could go ahead, use the natural camber and tilt. You can see there the ball well above his feet, wind off the right. 5 iron was the right choice and decision to be made.
God, what a beautiful look at that. Using that slope. Now just maintain the steps. Keep the hydration going. Keep the focus locked in. Green and 3 holes to go to perhaps being a major champion and trying to keep it loose as well. You want to talk about keeping it loose? PGA Junior League, bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. You never know. Maybe one of those two young fellows will be playing in this PGA Championship in future years. There you go. Aaron Rai leading the birdie count this week with 21 of them. He's leading the golf tournament for the moment by 2. There are still a couple of groups behind him with those in pursuit. Rory McIlroy is playing the par 5 in front of him, 3 off of the lead. And you may have just heard a little cheer in the background of Aaron Rai. That was Matty Schmid making birdie right above where you see here at 15. That's the 13th hole. Matty Schmid just got it up and down from the greenside bunker. Schmid's not going anywhere today. He's back down to -6, solo second and 1 off the lead.
Yeah, this golf tournament is not over by any stretch of the imagination. You can't take anything for granted. I think the par 5, the 16th, is going to play as a pivotal hole. And of course, you've got 17 with a pin location tucked way over in the far left-hand portion. Does bring the penalty area into play. You're going to have to hit some big shots at an extremely big moment if you are going to lift or hoist the Wanamaker Trophy. And really, what can't be more than an hour of play left.
I think you would say if you were to put together, if Aaron Rai were to hold on and do this, we've seen some championship winning moments from Aaron Rai already in this final round. But what do you think will be the most pivotal of the next 45 minutes?
I think the next hole he needs to make at minimum birdie. I think at the moment with Matty Schmid doing what he's doing, you know, John Rahm and the firepower that he has, I think he has to think to himself, I've got to get it at least to 8 at minimum. As we watch Aberg from the back of the green.
Slightly down the hill, should work to his right at the very end.
Good long range putt there for Ludvig, but out of position off the tee, challenging the bunkers down the right hand side of this long par 4. It's almost 90 feet. We're starting to get a bit of a glimpse now at the putt that Aaron Rai has. You can see the color change there. His ball is just to the front of the green side of that color change. That tells us that the second, or the majority of this putt, is going to be downhill off that little brow at the front left of this green, Steve.
Yeah, almost a little unlucky. The approach shot didn't roll down a little closer to the hole, but nonetheless, pretty easy opportunity to just kind of cozy this one down there, let gravity do its thing. If it happens to fall in, great. But should be no issue with speed here.
Yeah, great point. You would want to try and extend your lead, but at the same time, a fast putt coming down from the front of the green here to the pin location.
Never high enough, but that looked like a man who was not going to make a mistake with pace.
Yeah, would have been the mistake there. Would have been to hit it a little bit high, get a little aggressive with it, suddenly run it outside that comfort zone 3-4 feet, and then put pressure on yourself. You want to try and play the least amount of stress-free golf that you can play as you make your way to the house here if you're Aaron Rai. Pars are not going to hurt you.
An extra minute or so for him to think about another knee knocker.
Ludvig not completely out of it. Maybe visions of eagle on the next hole. But he needs to run the tables from here on out.
There's two things working against him, right? He's 4 back of the guy he's playing against. He's 2 back of a guaranteed leading score of 5 under par in the house. So you have to be at least 2 under par the final 3 holes to match Justin Thomas. And that's if you then get help from these two at the top of the leaderboard.
It's amazing how on Sunday afternoon, very late, these short putts look like a mile. But he's handled everyone with class, precision.
Center cut. It's amazing for anybody that's played that has had nerves. You can feel the handshake. We can't see it. It's so much more you're perceiving it than the public perceives it. We won't really know until we talk to Aaron Rai after this round how he felt on the back nine, but given the moments, given the shots he's had to hit so far, he has looked as cool and calm on the outside, even if things are churning and burning on the inside. And he is 3 holes away from the finish line, and if he wins, maybe 16 will be his exclamation point here, Colin.
Well, this is a challenging tee shot. You can see there to carry over the left side of those bunkers in excess of 295 yards, but that's not the first part of the equation. The whole fairway here does camber and tilt from left to right if you can manage to get it over those bunkers. So holding the fairway, no guarantee. And then a pin location today set up for a little bit of excitement. You can see the brow of that bunker off to the left side of the green here will push anything that has a chance of getting onto this green even closer to this pin location. We've seen just the 1 eagle, but we've seen a host of birdies. In fact, 34 of them in total so far today. Stroke average 4.66. This is an opportunity for Aaron Rai to try and stretch that lead just that little bit of further. He's only managed to hit the fairway once through the first 3 visits here at the 16th, but it's managed to play the hole 2 under par.
Well, he's carved up this back 9 off the tee. He has split the fairway each and every time. His tempo has been smooth.
Nice deep calm inhale. Get himself present for this tee shot.
Just a little puff of wind off of his left to his right, which will shrink this left to right fairway ever so slightly.
And there it covers and now chases and just needs to hold the right side and will, and that is a perfect start to 16 for our leader.
I don't think you could walk it out and put it in a better position here at what is a very difficult driving hole. Ludvig, his hand is forced. He needs to make at least eagle here.
And he's got enough firepower to cover those bunkers down the left. He's giving it the full treatment. Riding the wind, though, to the right. This could miss the fairway.
That thing chases through and didn't even get to the ball of Aaron Rai, who hit that little bullet down there, hit his line, and looks the part right now with 3 holes to go. And all he really needs at this point in time are solid shots, and he has done such a good job of managing his way around this golf course, which is as much a part of the strategy of winning a major championship as all of those birdies. We talk about him leading the field and birdies are better this week. you have to combine those birdie moments with the discipline moments to step up and hit the shot to the fat side of the putting surface, to hit away from the tight lies that you might get, the short-sighted misses. And really, with the exception of the swing at 10 that he then got up and down from low, Aaron Rai has course managed his way beautifully here in this final round.
Yeah, there was two words that came to mind early when we started: deliberate and methodical in the way that he goes about not only selecting the club that he needs to hit. We saw that back at the long par 5, deciding to not go with driver, but backing back down to 3-wood. It has been flawless to this point, but like you said, when he's been challenged just a little bit, he's been able to step up.
Step up indeed. Will this be another moment for him to step up and reclaim a multi-shot lead? Matty Schmid, got to give him a ton of credit. A nervy start from Schmid. He was 3 shots back early on the front 9 and has rallied to be just 1 behind Aaron Rai as he's going to play 15, a couple of groups behind our featured group here. And a week that has been defined by, massive groups of players tied atop the leaderboard. Now you've got them stacked up 1, 2, and 3 on the board. Rai leading Schmid, who leads Rahm on the golf course, and Justin Thomas in the house. Nice little 69 and a great weekend from Justin Rose. Going to get him a top 10. And that 63 by Kitayama, the round of the week. How impressive was this tee ball? 338, and holds the fairway for Aaron Rai.
Yeah, we've seen a multitude of different shots. The tee shot down 10, a huge, big sweeping draw down there. We've seen as low as 50, 55 feet on some drives today, and that one an absolute ripper. That's going to leave him only 215 yards into this par 5. And Ludvig Aberg just finding the heavier rough there. He'll have to manage those fairway bunkers that do jut in on the right side of the entrance to this green here at the par 5.
All heading towards the sea of humanity down there, the double-decker chalets that are on both the teeing grounds. You see they're left over by 17 and the 9th tee, and then off in the distance, the 17th green. Scoreboards down there as well. Players understand where they sit in this tournament. The crowd certainly understanding. And when Aaron Rai gets there, they're likely going to see the leader. And that just adds to the buzz, doesn't it? Just adds to the murmur in the crowd as we listen into this chat.
Is it 94 front? 97. Yeah, I would be on like 90, picking 95 as our number. Would you agree with that? If it landed 90, you'd be fine. I would be 95, low 90s, like 6. Yeah, because if it comes up short, where we got this pitch, where are you trying to land?
Trying to land it like on that side.
Yeah.
Just inside that side.
Yeah, perfect. I love all of it.
Well, Ludvig Aberg almost made eagle here yesterday. He really needs eagle here today out of this lie, Steve.
Yeah, the lie's pretty good. It's a down grain lie just in this first cut of the rough. Not going to be able to control the spin very well, though. He's going to have to chase this ball up there and let it release.
That's what he was trying to do, but lands a little bit soft. You can see how much wind was at their backs. He might need just that lightning in a bottle. And a familiar pose from Aaron Rai. Hands behind the back. Quiet conversation with caddy Jason Timmons.
What a tee shot this was, though. I mean, just to fit it in this edge of the fairway, he had to hunt this thing down the left edge. And
yeah, I like it.
196 yards to the front, 215 all the way to the hole. Ball slightly below his feet, so he's just going to have to make sure he factors that into the equation.
Ball below his feet there. We'll want to try and push it a touch to his right. Wind and off the left.
Yeah, you got to give this just a little bit of draw spin to hold that hill and wind.
He's almost aiming at the left edge of that bunker, well, the right edge of the bunker, left edge of the opening.
What a golf shot. Aaron Rai carving in another beauty and an eagle putt to perhaps start nailing the edges of the coffin of the field. Another look from the blimp. Could not have landed that golf ball in a better spot.
This one here, super slow-mo, ball below his feet. We indicated that he was aiming at that right edge of that greenside bunker to the left. That's the opening. Took it left of that, allowed the wind to bring it back, skirted that bunker, and now is rewarded with another look for eagle. Already with an eagle on the scorecard at the 9th.
Just so impressive, Colin, the way that he has managed his game today and hitting to the right spots and taking the right lines and picking the correct targets is as much a part of the game of golf as it is actually swinging the golf club. For more on that, back down to Frisco, and Joe Hallett talking about that course strategy, middle of the greens, where Aaron Rai has thrived today. Joe?
Will, Colin, major championships, and even on testy days, I'm not out in the middle of nowhere right now. I am in the middle of the road. And, you know, sometimes we see the players curving the ball in left and right, but to put it just absolutely in the middle of the green can never be that bad of a decision, because look what happens. All of a sudden, I've got either a 10-footer, a 12-footer, a 20-footer, a 25-footer. Guys, I know when you were in college, every college coach pulled the same trick. He got a hold of the grounds crew, they took all the flags out and said, boys, go see what you shoot. You aim for the green, you have a putt. I'll let you choose. Go after the flag or forget about it.
Especially on a week like this at Aronimink, where we've seen it, sometimes not the middle of the green, but at least the areas that are underneath the slopes where the holes are cut have been critical in the course management decisions of these players. But again, that shot, that line, that shot shape, I mean, there's so many things that go into how the ball arrived at where it ended up for Aaron Rai, but all of the various decisions that went into that calculation were made from a spot of being aggressive to a conservative target or a conservative game plan, right?
Yeah, he's doing exactly what he has to do. He's taking his time, he's staying in the present, he's talking things over with Jason Timmons, but also too, that's part of the equation. Then the second half of that is actually the belief and the commitment, as we watch Ludvig now with a putt for eagle.
And that was right on Aaron Rai's line too, so he took a nice little look at that one as it drifted by the hole.
Here it is. Well, look at him aiming well left. The trust in the lie, the trust in the wind, skirts the bunker on the left side, uses the natural camber of the green, and nestles that one up inside 20 feet.
Another look from the blimp and how good this shot was. Watch where this ball lands. That ball lands 2 yards to the left. It's still an easy bunker shot, but you're probably down in the bunker. And now he sizes this up, looking to eagle both of the par fives. No player in the last 20 years has ever made 2 eagles in the final round en route to a major title. And Aaron Rai could do just that if this goes in and he holds on.
And as he sets up for this putt, he's looking at a throng of photographers, and videographers here. The magnitude of this moment is huge. Little left to right. He saw what Ludvig's did.
But he does what the mission was at the tee. Never in trouble, no stress, will add to the lead, and restores a 2-shot cushion with 2 holes to go. Aaron Rai, the first this week to 8 under par.
Oh, great look there from behind the hole. So much of this green complex does tilt from left to right, but didn't take the break. But as you said, the mission was always to walk off this tee and try and increase the lead from the chasers behind. Matty Schmidt at 6. Thomas already in the house after that 65. But it's John Rahm on the golf course as well, with a few to finish as we watch Aberg tap in for his birdie.
He needs at least 1 birdie coming in and a whole heck of a lot of help from the guy he's playing alongside. Meanwhile, Matty Schmidt, the only guy at 6 under and 2 shots back, had to lay up out of trouble at 15. So he's scrambling to just stay within 2 shots, as Aaron Rai is 2 better than everybody in the last 5 groups on the golf course in terms of this round today. A 4 under par final round from Aaron Rai on a day when Alex Smalley is over par. Ludvig Aberg, Xander Schauffele are even par. Aaron Rai has been the cream of the crop and now has 2 really important swings in front of him, the tee balls at 17 and 18.
Well, this hole has played as long as 241 yards, which was in round 1, played as the 7th most difficult. Today, it's the shortest yardage it will play all week at 171 yards. Doesn't make it any easier because you can see there those red arrows. They dictate a slope that'll feed the ball all the way off the green down into the penalty area, also off the back edge of this green long. This is one of those holes. You can see it's only given up 2 birdies, 21 bogeys, a couple of others, playing well over the par of the hole at 3.3. This is a moment that it is going to require the utmost precision and belief and trust in yourself that you can execute the shot that needs to be hit. And you said it earlier, you said it needs to be an aggressive swing to a conservative target, and I think this is what's necessary here at the difficult 17th.
Now this back left hole location, this is no bargain with the left to right and slightly helping wind. I can't imagine this is going to be anywhere close to it.
Wind is off the left for these players here. You can see the flags in the background just to the left of your screen there. Also, the massive grandstand to the right-hand side there. This is one, surely he's got to be looking at trying to split the difference between the flag stick and the camera tower on the right-hand side of the green.
I'm not taking any extra time here. I kind of like the pace. Not too fast, but not too slow at all.
Staying with his routine.
And more than just a big 8-iron here.
Wants it down. It listens. We've had 3 putts from over there. There's been plenty of them, but it's not in the water. And it starts to work its way back down the slope a little bit. There have been 15 3-putts today here at this 17th green. So that has been a very slow putt that the field has not really figured out. We'll see if Rai can figure it out, but has the benefit of a slight cushion for the moment. Now, Steve Scott, does Ludvig Aberg have to go where very few men have tried to go before today?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, he's basically mathematically going to be out of this thing unless he holds it or something miraculous happens on these last 2 holes.
He's hunting. admire the line, but took a little extra club to make sure he wasn't going to be short in the water. And now that's going to be as challenging of an up and down for par as it would be trying to chip it in for the birdie. Again, it bears repeating, Aaron Rai was over par in this final round when he played the 9th. 2 good swings to get it to here, and sometimes all it takes is one little jolt, Colin.
And the jolt it was. Listen to this roar. That's the biggest of birds there at the 9th for Aaron Rai, finding the surface in 2.
And then this was the only bad swing of the day. His approach shot at 10 put him down here in the swale, and no bump, no putter. Cuts the legs out from underneath the golf ball. Maybe unfortunate that ball didn't release as much as it did, but coming off of the eagle, have to maintain momentum, and did with the putter.
Rock solid, steady head. Staying in his process and burying it there for a par 4 at a very difficult 10th. But here at the 11th, needed to control the wedge, control the spin, control the bounce. Absolute perfection from Aaron Rai.
3rd closest shot of the day there to that tricky front right hole location. 4 feet 2 inches for birdie. This was to tie the lead at the time. And center cut it. He would follow it up with a par at 12. He would be the outright leader when he played 13, and we're thinking, okay, play a little conservative with the lead. Who said conservative?
Flies it all the way. Xander Schauffele moments earlier flew that completely over the green. Resulted in a bogey, but not for Aaron Rai. But this, the shot of the moment to try and set up another eagle here at the 16th. Skirts the bunker, trundles it down.
We'll be talking about that 215-yard shot for years to come if it goes on to be one of those winning moments. Eagle putt would just miss to the left-hand side, but it was the easiest of birdies to get to 8 under par, the lowest that any player this week has gotten. And look at Aaron Rai, 3 bogeys on the front 9 in a 6-hole stretch. Was not an afterthought necessarily, Colin, but was certainly flirting with playing his way out of contention today. 5 under par since, and is going to have, if he can par these last 2 holes, one of the rounds of the day for Aaron Rai, who is 12th in the field today in approach, 5th in the field in putting. He's hit 9 of 13 fairways. It has been a wonderful display for our leader as we've reached the green here at 17, and Ludvig Aberg, not an easy up and down.
Yeah, nothing easy about this one. Little bump and run required here off the downslope in the rough. It's going to go up and then run away from him. He's going to open the face of his lob wedge here. He's going to fly it up there.
And now the putt. I mentioned all of the 3 putts here today. So many of them down here where Aaron Rai finds his golf ball, and so many of these putts, Colin, have come up really short coming across this green.
Yeah, well, those red arrows you can see off to the left-hand side of your screen, that's enough to make anyone want to come up a little bit short. Anything that's carrying too much speed here. I said to Steve Scott when we were walking this golf course on Tuesday, I said, you may see somebody put it off the green here at 17 when they stick that pin location over on the left side. And that is no surprise to see so many people coming up short.
One other thing I think that makes this putt very challenging, not just the moment, but he's putting straight back into the sun as well, which always makes your depth perception a little bit awkward. Maybe you don't peek up and look quite as easily as you might. And the wind is straight into him as well, so lots of factors in play here outside of the nerves that he feels through his hands. Should be a little right to left on its journey.
Just inside 70 feet here for Rai, coming completely across the green here at the 17th.
Good pace. How about in? How about in? many moments can Aaron Rai squeeze into one round of golf? 68 feet of Wanamaker wizardry. That just happened.
He's taking a moment right there. You can see his head is down. Right now, it's starting to hit him. He has got to then collect his thoughts, compose himself, not allow that moment that he just created here at the 71st hole of a major championship to get too much for him. He still has an important tee shot coming up at the 72nd hole of this PGA Championship. Wow, what a moment, Will Haskett.
Hairs on my arms are standing straight up right now. Unbelievable.
Aberg in for par. Matty Schmid is probably going to make bogey back at 15, which means after this, Aaron Rai could be carrying a 4-shot lead to the final hole. It couldn't. It did.
Look at the speed of this putt when it goes in. Absolute perfect holing speed.
I didn't know if he was going to celebrate or pass out when he was watching it. Just complete, everybody's in disbelief from it. Great sportsmanship from Ludvig Aberg. Wow.
Well, so much could have gone wrong on that putt for Aaron Rai. Could have come up short, he could have gone long, but he has given us so many amazing moments. Realistically, it started at the 9th with that beautiful eagle putt down the hill, but now this is a time that he needs to compose himself. You could see it at the back of the 17th green. He was putting his head down, just collecting his thoughts. He still has a massive task ahead of him here.
You're talking about a career worth of highlights in 9 holes of golf from the 9th to the 17th that have all been foundational pieces for Aaron Rai to walk up this 18th hole and win a major championship. Anywhere on grass, Steve?
Well, look, this tee shot does not get any easier than this. As long as he keeps it short of those cross bunkers, the wind is right at his back. Just keep the same tempo you've had.
328 to those bunkers. You can see just down the right-hand side there. Wind mostly at his back, maybe a touch off the left.
He pounded that.
Absolutely perfect.
Well, from the right edge of that fairway cut to the left edge of those bunkers I was describing, the 3 of them that guard the right side, there's no more than 25 yards wide. Aaron Rai, take a deep breath. You deserve it.
What a driving display that was. Ludvig Aberg, he may be too much club. If he takes driver here, he could probably get those to the fairway bunkers.
Yeah, just 3 wood here for Ludvig. Got to get this ball in the left half of the fairway. You can get blocked out by the redwoods that guard the right side and in perfect position.
Aaron Rai has opened up a 3-shot lead with 1 to go. Trying to become the first Englishman to win this championship in 107 years. You know what calms the nerves? Bartender, a shot of rye. The only person that didn't believe it was the man himself. What a round of golf for the 31-year-old from Wolverhampton, England, turned professional at the age of 17. Grinded his way at every potential developmental level of the sport, rising to become a member of the DP World Tour, where he won 3 times. The success out there earning him a spot on the PGA Tour, where after several seasons finally climbed his way into the winner's circle. Quite literally the picture of what you can do if you work hard and believe in the process year after year after year. Became a regular in majors the last couple of years, and on a week, Colin Swatton, when nobody could separate, the best in the world were saying, how do you separate on a golf course that demands so many things to go right? It is Aaron Rai, who is 3 back, ending the front 9, executing brilliant shot after brilliant shot under the gun to be the one that said, you know what, if no one wants to separate, then I will.
And he did it with just discipline. You know, this golf course is not going to give you a lot, you know, and that was evident through the first 3 days. Today, he has played a disciplined round of golf. He's been incredibly committed to the process of selecting the right shot at the right moment. And that is the reason that we find him now 3 shots ahead of Jon Rahm, playing the 72nd hole.
I should mention that Jon Rahm birdied 16, the par 5. That's why it's a 3-shot lead. Rahm replacing Matty Schmid, who made bogey back at 15. So a birdie finish from Jon Rahm could get him to 8 under par. But Aaron Rai could birdie 18 and mathematically eliminate the rest of the field. A par, he's probably still going to win this. In fact, we're seeing the engraver. We've got a clip of the engraver, and they may already be starting to put the first A of Aaron right behind that 2026. It'll be Aberg first here at 18, and before he hits, Steve Scott's been walking with this group all day long. Steve, when you think of what Aaron Rai has done the last 2 hours of this round of golf, not just the shots themselves, what will you always reflect on and stand out in what he's done today?
It's just the calmness and the way he carved it up from the tee. I mean, kept the ball in play on the back 9 when you had to do it, and then just to step up and hit all the shots required. I think the tee shot on the 15th hole, when he shook off the driver, he said, no, 3 wood's the play, because he knew the value of a par on that hole. I thought that was the most mature moment right there under the most pressure. I think that's what I'll remember the most.
Yeah, we're always quick to go to the highlight reel, and none better than that one back at the 17th. But, you know, that is probably going to typify a moment where he took his time, he went through the process, he looked in his yardage book, he went back and forth with caddy Jason Timmons, and then made that decision. And so many amazing moments throughout the day. Once again, he has taken his time to make sure that he selects the right shot, the right moment, the right time, and try and finish this off.
Yeah, 173 for Ludvig, off a slight uphill lie, straight downwind. This isn't going to be anything more than just a big 9-iron here. Try and impart maximum spin and trajectory on it.
Now one final swing.
I'd say it's a better shot right now.
Happy?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, Aaron Rai's got 166 to the cup. 146 covers the front edge in line with the hole on a nice little upslope here. Straight downwind. All he's got to do is make good contact. The wind will take the rest of the way.
See there how much uphill this second shot plays. In fact, 6 yards uphill.
can't imagine this is any more than 9-iron here.
Keep the body moving through the ball here, short of the pin it needs to be.
Painting it. Was there any doubt he would deliver? And now they will rise to their feet and salute a man who is going to end a 100+ year drought. The first two PGA Championships won by an Englishman, Jim Barnes, 1916 and 1919. And now in 2026, it will be Aaron Rai.
This is a walk that he will remember for the rest of his life.
You've done this walk?
There's nothing like it. Whistling Straits, making the stroll up 18. Culmination of countless hours of practice, sacrifice for your family, your friends, to play the sport we love.
So much discourse this week about championship golf courses, what it takes to be a champion. I think fitting, if he makes this putt, he shoots 64 today in the final round. If he makes this putt, not only is it 64, it would be a back nine 30.
It's incredible to think, you know, we talked about this inward 9 all week being the most difficult to play of the 2 9s here at Aronimink, and to think that the catalyst was the eagle putt, his 9th hole of the day, that really was the catalyst for what we've come to see in the last couple of hours.
You know, Will, you just asked me what moment I would remember the most from this week. Well, I think it was that moment right there when he walked onto the green. It's just so electric.
I mean, just the emotion is billowing at the edge. Just trying to center himself to be able to see the golf ball here. Sure thoughts of his lovely and supportive wife, Rika, his parents, everybody that has supported him in this journey. Aberg to clear the stage. It's going to end up being probably at worst a top 3 finish for Ludvig Aberg. Could end up being a top 4 depending on what happens behind him. And that will be a fine week for Ludvig Aberg in what has been a fine season. Apropos that he's able to get it in and clear the stage for the man who is able to separate on a week defined by parity. 1 putt will seal it. 2 putts probably enough with what's taking place behind for Aaron Rai and a touch of history. Can forgive him for it. No sweat on the par. A final round 65. And Rai not. Aaron Rai, your likely 2026 PGA champion and the Wanamaker Trophy will belong to an Englishman for the first time in 107 years.
An amazing round of golf for that man. 6 birdies, an eagle on the day.
Yes, you better smile. Aaron Rai began with a birdie at the first. He appeared to be in the fight from the very start. But some bogeys at 6 and at 8 on the front 9 had him 3 off of the lead, and perhaps slipping a bit when he got to the par 5 9th. And this won't even be the best putt he hit all day. The eagle at 9.
39 feet, 11 inches of just sheer beauty for Aaron Rai. But this one here at the 10th took all the might, all the skill, all the trust and belief in himself.
Yeah, to hit the shot, to give himself the best effort, and then coming up a little bit light. Didn't want to lose the momentum. Imagine how different this back 9 feels if that 10-footer doesn't go in. Stayed 5 under par, and then started peppering fairways to give himself the chance to hit shots like these.
Yeah, hit a low bullet drive off the tee here, get a short scoring wedge in his hand, and that thing was dancing around the flag from the moment it was struck in the middle of the fairway.
Little 4-footer down the slope. This would tie the lead. At the moment, tied with Matty Schmid. Schmid would drop a shot, so he was the outright leader after surviving the 12th when he hit this gem from 39 yards.
Yeah, what were we thinking? He was going to play some sort of chunk and run up there, but no, flew it the entire way. Nerves of steel. And this one here from 215 yards, Will.
Unbelievable. Found the fairway, hit one of his longer tee shots of the day, cuts it right up the gut. Had that to eagle both of the par 5s on the golf course, he wouldn't make it, but just having ho-hum birdies started the separation for Rai, gave him the cushion to be a little bit more conservative off the tee at 17, put it on the green. We're worried about 3-putt, but why worry when you're having the round of your life?
68 foot 5 inches that he will remember for the rest of his life, as we will. The roars.
What have we heard all week? Those grandstands were begging for a moment to explode. They hadn't seen a moment anywhere near that. And as Rai came off of the golf course moments ago, his wife, Karika, there for the embrace, and now the reality setting in. Incredible. Still a little bit of golf on the golf course. It is not mathematically impossible for a couple of players to catch Aaron Rai, but they've started the engraving process for a reason, because that round in 31, 65 strokes today for Aaron Rai, and about to be a major champion.
You can just start to see the reality of it all there and embrace with his wife at the side of the 18th green. You'll start to see the body shakes, the reality of the gravity of the moment.
Smalley just eagled 16, so you're looking at an eagle, a hole-in-one birdie finish, or a birdie eagle finish possibly. John Rahm's going to come up short, coming up 18. But Aaron Rai left absolute no doubt out there. Guy's tremendous. I think Steve's still with us. Steve, your parting thought about Aaron Rai this week.
I mean, the embrace on the 18th hole right there with his wife, Garika. I mean, you just can't help but get choked up about that moment and the energy and the atmosphere to watch somebody walk down the 72nd hole with the tournament in their grasp. And my biggest question is he going to hold the Wanamaker Trophy with both gloves?
Oh, incredible. Incredible. The name is going on the trophy as we speak. Gail is hard at work to put Aaron Rai's name on this, partner incredible stuff from Aaron Rai.
Oh, you said it. I think it was like 3 or 4 holes to go. The trust and belief in the process of his team around him, everybody that cares for him, everybody that is involved with his family. Wow, what a moment.
Phenomenal work by our crew the entire week, and what a Sunday it was. For Steve Scott and Colin Swatton, I'm Will Haskett, saying so long from this 108th PGA Championship. God save the king of Aronimink. It's Aaron Rai, the first English champion in over a century.